Woo! Come on, hold still. I'm trying to get it all in. Well, I just flung it around. All right, we're doing the Tiny Dragon by, oh my gosh, what is her name? I forgot her name. Okay, I got it. This is Sassy Cat 3D's Bitzygon Babys. It's a tiny dragon, and it is adorable. And she's got a what do you call it, a St. Patrick's Day version. So I am, ooh, that's not a good splice. See that splice right there? I don't know if you can see it. It's squeezed. That's not good. I might have to change the splice settings on this. So I've got a bunch of different types of filament in here. I have some silks. I have a, we might have too much light on this too. I have silks, I have a matte, I have an HTPLA, 1, 2, 3 silks, 1 matte, 2 HTPLAs that are not matte. So this concerns me, that, to see if that makes it through. So I'm gonna, yeah, because it's stretching it. The other thing is, I did this just a minute ago. I was gonna let it load and load it over into the printer, and it didn't do the smart loading well, so I wasn't sure if I needed to change a setting. I can change it to auto load if it's got a problem. Hi, people, Zodiac Legend. Hi. So this is about a 3-hour print. It's a very tiny dragon, but because I've got 6 you can't quite see the filaments. There are 6 filaments there. Maybe I can back up a little bit. Yeah, 6 filaments coming in from the palette. It is going to do a good bit of changing. Oh, sorry, kicked it. It's going to do a good bit of changing a filament. I need a more sturdy, tall. Okay, so now it's come out here. So it's going to finish up the splice and then say, please load it. But this is a lot coming out. Typically, you don't have this much coming out. I'm going to make a, okay, so it's going to say, do not load filament all the way into the extruder. So this is a question. What you do is you put it here. Actually, before I change the settings, I'm going to cut this off just a little bit because I think it, and it can adjust for that. So I'm going to pull it a little bit, feed the extruder, clip the guide tube in the extruder. I have a 3D printed part. So this part right here has a collet in it that will fit PTFE tubes. So I'm doing that next, and then we're going to say smart load, and it should, it's telling, no, the palette is telling the printer to load. Hopefully I got the filament in there far enough. Is it grabbing it? Oh, it's not grabbing it. Let's see if it'll get it now. Oh, palette ran into a problem. That's okay. It's this smart load. It's, let's see, is it pulling? Yeah, and now it's pulling it. Okay, so now it's going to pull it. Then the other concern I have is that 9.9 millimeters enough to have filament come out the end? Because the last one wasn't quite enough. Smart load complete. I'm going to tune. I'm going to move the filament just a little bit. See, I wonder if I can do that. Actually, have I ever tried that? Settings. Move axis. Let's move the extruder just a little bit. Because this worked perfectly last print, but it did not estimate how far it needs to move. So it adjusts, it does these pings and pongs every print. To figure, by the way, I'm sorry, I'm looking at this coming out, so if you've said something I've missed it, I'll scroll back up. Palette is very noisy. Are you, boy, long load path here. Come on. Okay. Now I'm seeing filament come out. That's all we need, just a little bit. Okay. Go back up. Go to main. Info screen. So, okay, so all that's happened over on the printer side, yeah, I do. I'm Filament Stories on TikTok. The only thing that's happening, you'll notice a job's not running on the printer. It's just been preheated. So I'm Filament Stories on Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, Twitch. Well, Discord's complicated because you can't be just Filament Stories. You have to have an ID. But, okay, so now I'm going to say next and start printing, and now it's going to send a job to the printer. But just like Octoprint, it's going to completely control the job. So Canvas has sent a parent. Let me make sure I didn't miss any text here. Oh, I did miss some text. Hold on. Hi, hello, hi, Javier, preschool dropout. Hello, hi Catalina, hi Eric. But from north of France. Calais, I'm probably saying that very wrong. Hello, everybody. Okay, I'm going to move this in. This is about a 3-hour print, so I'm going to move this up in a little bit, but I was going to see if we can get some splices done and make sure that this is printing. So I thought this would be fun to do a print on Valentine. I don't even know what day it is, on St. Patrick's Day, that was St. Patrick's themed. And when I saw that, so this is my fancy handwriting here. This is Sassy Cat 3D on Cults 3D. If you just look up Sassy Cat 3D, you'll find her. She's got some really cool. Hello, Richard Dezalb? I don't know how to say your last name. Dezalb? Hello, Richard. So, yeah, the Bitzygon Babys, and they're really cute. And it's interesting, she has not a lot of models, but she sells them in 2 ways. You can get the regular price version or the commercial price version, and it's just a little more. Sorry, that was my anal retentiveness, my obsessive compulsive anal retentive tidiness. Okay, this is what's concerning me. If you can see this here, I'm going to bring us in for a little bit. See how that splice is stretched out? That means the splice settings for that particular filament connection are not good. It's heating it too much, probably, and not cooling it down enough. So anytime you see a stretched one, now maybe this will work fine. We'll see. If it's gonna fail, it'll fail at a different point. But something that is really great to do at the beginning of things is when you're messing around with palette. Because here's my philosophy on palette. And by the way, I'm trying to get a review out. I just have not. I haven't gotten to it with. It keeps getting put lower priority, and I need to do it. Oh my gosh, it's so cute. Okay, I'll bring us up in a minute. So one of the things with the palette is if you have one filament that you're splicing to another, this is a matte filament and this is a silk filament. That splice setting in Canvas, you can define each of those. And so when we get our 3D printers, we don't expect them to print without ever having a failure. And my philosophy with the palette is kind of the same. There's a lot of responsibility on us to make sure that we're giving the palette everything correctly. So if I have all different kinds of filaments, I need to make sure that the splice settings for each of those is correct. I probably have too much heat. I probably only needed, so the way it works with, hold on, let me make sure I didn't miss any. Oh, hold on, just subscribed. Oh, thank you so much. You know, one thing I'm trying to do is more long format and live stuff on YouTube because I've been doing lives on TikTok. TikTok is just really easy to do live streams on. And then I was like, wait a minute. It's not hard to do it on YouTube. And I get to go widescreen because I feel like you can just do so much more widescreen. Let me pull this in for a second here. Thank you so much for subscribing. And I just found out that, because I was looking at some statistics, so here it is. And it's going to do the first color change. I do have the texture build plate. I like it okay. I like the smooth coated PEI sheet. I also have their satin sheets and everything, everything that Prusa says, or, you know, they were like, this is like the best. It's like the middle ground between the two and it's the best. I don't know. I just tend to go with the satin. But yeah, the textured one is great, because stuff sticks really well to it. Okay, I'm gonna bring my laptop in because what I need to do for live stream, and I have the live stream deck where I can switch from one thing to another, but I didn't actually set that up for this because, oh, hold on just a second. Let me bring my laptop in to show you something. Last live stream somebody said she keeps walking away and talking, and I was like, oh, I don't have a mic on. So I got all mic'd up for this, was ready to go, when I realized that the mic, the Rode wireless mics, plug in to the iPhone in the same spot that I plug the power, and the phone's not going to last the whole time. So I was like, oh, I've got to get a splitter, or I'll go to the deck. Okay, hold on. Come on. Give me a minute and I'll load up a couple things. Come on. What is going on? Oh, okay. Oops. Kira's hung. My laptop is going super slow, and I'm trying to figure out why. And it turns out that Kira is up on me. Oh, for heaven's sakes. Let it go. Let it go. No, it doesn't want to. It doesn't want to quit. Okay, let's see how it's going. Okay, yeah. So the reason I wanted to bring this up is, oh, hello, 3DZ Print. When you were in Charleston, South Carolina. Okay, hold on. Oh my gosh, Paramount 3D. Yeah, the texture build plate. People swear by the texture build plate. I love Paramount 3D. That I've never. I mean, I would love to go see their factory. I found them one time because I do this. I just browse for Filament because I know that's weird, but I just love browsing for Filament, and I found them a long time ago, and I got some, and I was like, this stuff is fantastic. So, and I love their Filament names. Like I have Jet Fighter Blue. My favorite is Egg Yolk Yellow of all theirs, but McLaurin Orange and is it the Volcano? Forgot what the volcano orange looks red to me. The volcano orange, volcano red, McLaurin orange, and egg yolk yellow are this like wonderful combination of red, orange, yellow that have just, if you put them together in a model, they look really good. But yeah, I love Paramount. All right, did everything calm down on my laptop? No, force quit. Alright, I'm just terminating stuff left and right. I'm having to force quit everything. Alright, everybody, close. Oh, I can move around again. Okay. All right, so let's see how it goes with this. So now it's transitioned to the light green, and the light green is what the shamrock's going to be on the tail. The shamrock is light green, and the top hat is dark green. That's what it is. Okay, my machine is responding now. Isn't that amazing? Okay. B-I-T-Z-I. What is her name? Oh, Sassy Cat. So somebody told me about Sassy Cat 3D the other day. And so I'm behind you. I'm trying to talk in the direction of the phone. Hopefully it's picking up. All right, come on, Sassy Cat 3D. So I want to show you. Let me move the phone here. Let me move it up. So if you'll see, the first layer that it did of the transition tower was solid because it needs a good first layer. And I'm sorry about the fan. I can't control it with palette. About 3 hours. But what I'm going to do on the printer, so there's a printer right over here that I printed a fan shroud on because I cracked the fan shroud on another printer. By the way, good advice. If you can print a replacement fan shroud for your printer, do so, because when it cracks, your printer isn't good at printing a replacement. So, and I have multiple of these printers. I love the Prusa Mark III. So the first layer it did solid because you want good bed adhesion. But now what it's going to do is move from one color to the next and only do the amount of coverage that it needs. So it looks like on this layer, I'm guessing because it did half of the pass, that it's doing gold, and then it'll go to green. Yeah, now let's see. So it's going to transition from, what is this? Is this gold or pink? Is it done the pink? Oh, it's done the pink. Why is it done the pink there? That's an internal thing. I'm not sure. The other thing is I've asked it to purge to infill. So anywhere that it can use part of the infill to do purging. 3DZ Prints, thank you. I love making the videos. I'm serious. It's so much fun. I have 2 that I am ready to make right now. Okay, now it's stopping for a second. And oops, there's my finger. It's stopping for a second. And what Palette does is it does these things called pings and pongs. And ping, so I'm sorry, I'm jumping around because I'm going to talk about different things as it happens, so bear with me. So ping is Palette checking to see if where you are in the print is where they think you should be. So they're like, we should be at this color change from, in this case, the pink to the gold. That's where we think you should be. Are you? And so that's a ping. And the pong is Palette side, which is we think we're cutting 8 millimeters of filament. Are we actually doing that? Are we actually advancing? And so pings and pongs are Palette's way of checking where they are locationally in the print and then adjusting if they're like, oh, you haven't used up all the gold. Okay, so we'll adjust for that and make the next couple splices shorter. But it's way ahead because it's printed everything through this Bowden tube, all the way through the Bowden tube, and then it goes all the way around that buffer, and then it's making the next splice. So it's actually thinking well ahead. So this, by the way, is so cute. I'm trying to bring this up. Where are you, Sassy Cat 3D? Now, I'm going to have to look it up by model. Zero search? Seriously. Oh my gosh. What's it called? Thank you, found it. Okay. Colts, be my friend. Okay, so this is, if I can get this is the model. Oops, hold on. I'm gonna have a hard time with the mouse here and not dropping the computer. Okay, so this is really cute. So that's how big it is. It's actually quite small. But what I wanted to do was paint it and print it in multi-material. And there's it's $2.21. You get a crowned one with a heart tail, and one with a clover tail. Oh, I'm excited to see this too. So let me show you next how I painted it up. And I will have it a quieter in here. The fan here is going to be loud. There's no controlling that. But I also am concerned. I'm concerned. See how we've got. Okay, hold on 1 second. Let me check something. Okay. All right, I have 42 minutes until my resin print is done. I don't do a lot of resin, but I am doing a resin print for somebody. So I don't know if you can see here, but the very tip of the nose, oops, is pink. So I did paint it to have the tip of the nose pink. I'm not sure why the legs are green though, but I'm hoping that it's purging to infill, because the tail is exactly what it's supposed to be. The cloverleaf tail is supposed to be green. And so now you can see in the purge tower what it's doing to move from one color to the next. Oops, guys, bear with me on this. You don't want me holding this phone because I am a mess. So, okay, so let me put it to there for a minute. And I'm gonna pull up my canvas. There we go. And I'll show how I slice this. Okay, Colts, thank you for the window. Okay. Alrighty, so I'm gonna jump in here. I do see it using some infill, so it's purging infill. So here's how I spliced it. I've got my thing in the back. So this is how I painted it in palette. And I'm gonna put some videos out where I talk about how you can paint, because if you look over, if you look over here, you've got, nope, you can't see it there. Let me go into paint so we can see it painted, because I want to show you how I painted it. And then I might see if I can change the direction of this light. See if I can do that, because that was a little oppressively bright. Okay. So I'm going to select the object and see how you've got paint selected down here at the bottom. And if you go into paint selected, this is where I'm going to go to my deck next print or next live stream, because I can just switch from views and we won't have this in the back. Okay, so I defined some colors over here, and you see you've got a triangle, a circle. What was that? A triangle, a circle. It looks like a paint bucket and a stamp. So if you're interested in how the stamp works, what is going on? Oh, good gracious. No, no, no. Don't allow. Please go away. Let me go here to the paint bucket. Okay. So, for instance, let me see if anybody said anything. Sorry. No, I've used I got it in November. I also used the palette too pretty extensively. So, but I want to put out a review on the palette 3 and just to talk about it, because there's some good things and some bad things. There's some features that aren't there yet. There's some things that need work on, but I think it's a great product if this is what you want to do, print in multiple. It's not a 3D printer, so you're going to spend your money on your 3D printer, right? So now you've got that. And then this is an add-on tool that will let you do multiple material, and you can put this on any printer. So for instance, the Prusa has the MMU, which you can add to a Prusa, but only a Prusa Mark III, so you have to have that printer. By the way, we get a little silence when it's actually doing the splicing. Other than that, it keeps the fan on 100% of the time. I don't understand that. It's one of the things, there must be a reason, but when it's doing the cooling, right, it's now made the splice, it's coming out here, you see it's going from green to gold. At that point, it needs to have the fan on to cool. But once it's cooled, and it's going to advance, I don't know why it continues to, I don't know why it continues to cool. Sometimes, if you've got something like you need 20 meters of a particular color, and it's just going to feed that 20 meters through while the palette prints with it, it keeps the fan on the whole time. And so I don't know why that is, because there's nothing that needs to be cooled. So, okay. So, oh, the reason I didn't get, everything got in the way of everything, holidays, and then we were working with Protopasta, and we're going to start doing some work with them. And yeah, I got backed up, and I was like, oh, I've got to get back to the Palette 3. So I'm trying to get back to it now. And the good news is, in the meantime, they've updated some firmware, the firmware like twice, and they've added things and fixed things. All right, let me, oh no, the MMU is great. I like the MMU. I have the MMU. Okay, so check this out real fast. See how it's not the prettiest of transition towers? It's kind of junky. Palette doesn't really care about how pretty this looks. They're trying to use the minimum filament possible to make the color change, and you have control over that. So that's where I was going to get to and show it. Yeah, the MMU is great and it works really well, but you need a Prusa Mark III for that. The Palette 3 you can put on any printer. You can put it on a direct drive like I have now. Why did I touch it? I had it working. So you can put it on a direct drive printer, like this is direct drive, so I'm just reverse Bowdening in. Or you can actually use this Bowden tube that they have coming out of the top here and put it into a Bowden printer. So that's the advantage of the Palette over MMU. So let me show you the painted version of this. Well, it's going, all right, so here it is painted. I kind of hate it that I'm holding this up. And you've got the buckets and everything. So I'm going from any one of these colors, the last two, or I'm not using, but any one of those colors to another color. And that's where your splice tuning comes into play. And that's where a couple things, you've got splice tuning, but you also, oh, there it is, it's doing a ping. It's moving really slowly so that Palette can figure out where it is. Oh no, wait, it's doing the nose? Oh, it's doing a pink nose. The flex one. Oh yeah, this is articulated. Yeah, so the, it's tiny, it folds up. All right, there it is in Sassy Cat 3D's hands. So absolutely. So one thing, and I was looking at the splices here with the gold, and I'm going to see another when it comes out here. I have silk filament, I have HTPLA, and I have a matte filament. And those are 3 different filaments. So this is one of the things I think a lot of people get frustrated with the Palette, and they have made some improvements. If you had a splice fail, like if this splice broke here, the job's going to end, because if you're in the room, you might be able to do some heroic efforts to try to feed it through, but that's really complicated because you have to feed it through. Anyway, you have to feed it through because it's tracking everything. But if the filament were to break in Palette 2 and at the beginning of the Palette 3, that was it. It would just error out. Your job would be over. Oh, look at that. Oops, good gracious. I'm trying to get, let's see if I can get, no, that light is even worse now. What is that light source? Oh, I better know what it is. Will that fix it? No, it's just the angle. It's just the angle on the screen. Can you change the square in to something else? The square in. Tell me what you mean about the square in. You talking about the bit here? Oh wait, I bet I can do this and that fixes it. Ha! That fixed it. Now we can see what it says here. Tell me what you mean. Oh, this part here, the transition? Oh, the transition tower. Yes, so you have control over it. You have control over it in some ways, and other ways you don't. So the Palette is going to say, you have asked, because you've painted it to look like this, right? And so we are going to define a transition tower for you. So after you save out, I'm just going to say save and return, it's going to do a calculation of all of the, do I hit it? And this actually is larger than it is, but of all of the transitions you need to make. And if we slice it, and you'll figure out, it's its initial estimate. Let's see what it comes up with. All right, hold on. Let me put the laptop down. I'll bring it back. Because that's going to take about another minute. So I'll go back to these filaments. How the bottle can fail or the print can fail is you didn't adequately, see that's spread out. It shouldn't be like that. That's a bad splice. So the good news is, in comparison to the palette 2, the whole buffer, 1 was smaller, it was more circular, and 2, you were not in a Bowden tube the whole time. Here, from the point you exit, you're in a Bowden tube all the way around, aside from this short bit. It's got to measure the filament here, or count it. But then you're in a Bowden tube all the way until you get into the extruder. And so breaks in the filament are so much less. Oh, wait, let me get the palette too. All that thing is splicing. All right, palette 2 time. So here's the palette 2, and it had a whole bunch of points of failure, but it would come up in here, splice it, and it would go around this little loop. And inside here, there was no Bowden tube. Oh, a pickle rock! I love all the rock stuff. And then it would come out the top. So a lot of prints would fail because the splice tuning was not good, and the splice tuning was not good, and so you get a snap in the filament. And that's not Palette's fault. And by the way, they call it Palette, and I like the Palette, and now I'm confused as to what to call it. Okay, it's doing another ping. So in order to ensure you've got the best possibility to succeed, just like we want to have good slicer settings, we want to send a print job at the right temperature and have the bed, if we need adhesion added to the bed, all of those things, because that will enable our print to have the best chance for success. You really want to tune all the splices. So I should have, let me show you down here. Here are the filaments. They're on the row below. So if I can bring this down. I have 2 silks, 1, 2, 3 silks from the same manufacturer. That's GNVTNTP. I have 2 Protopasta HTPLAs. And I've been using the GNVTNTPs as a pink, but that last one, which it's very hard to see, is a matte white. Wow, the lights are bright there. Hold on. Is that easier to see? Yeah. So what you want also with the palette is you want the least tension possible. So this looks like it's bunched up, but what it's really doing is it's taking a filament and it's pulling it up into here to make a splice, but then it's going to back it out. And so that extra stuff that we see here is just from it pulling it in and backing it out for each of the colors. Oh, transition tower. So yeah, let's talk about the transition tower, because how much can you control it? You can control the dimensions of it. So for instance, I'm going to move you guys up closer so we can see this better now. Let me move this in. And then I'm going to talk a little bit about transition tower, because that is a big point. Okay, will that work? Yeah, a little bit better there. Come on. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Better. Okay, a little bit better. Stay. Phone. Stay. Silk to matte. Yeah, actually, that might be what it is. You know what? So I just threw 2 heat, 1 compression, and 2 cooling. So those are the 3 things that you have control over when you're doing splicing. How hot do you want it to be to push the 2 filaments together? And then do you need it to squeeze it? And it will do compression and squeeze it together if need be. And then the last thing is, how long do we blow that very loud fan on it to cool it before we advance it? So those are the 3 things you have. Now, as far as this, in Canvas, you can take this and you can make it longer and thinner, or you can make it longer and wider, but it has a certain rectangular dimension that it needs for this transition tower. You can, however, tweak the settings for it, and that's one of the key things. So by default, the palette says to move from any color to the next color, we're going to do 120 millimeters. So it's going to go for a pretty long time. And not all colors need that. For instance, I have the dots of the eyes are black. And you can transition to black without doing much at all. So I'm interested to see if I made good choices. Yeah, can you, so one, I think if I'm understanding your question, one of the things is purge to infill, and they are doing that. By default, Palette has that as a setting. All right, I'm gonna pull this here. We'll see if I can get this in. Okay, so here is the spliced or sliced set thing, and can I zoom in on it? I don't wanna mess up this print. Come on. Uh-oh, no, 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 oh, good gracious, what did I do? That might not be good. I might have to move you over here. All right, let me get this up. Okay, so this is all the motions. Oh, you know what? Yeah, that's a good point. Prusa Slicer does that, which is actually neat. The MMU. So this shows all the moves and all the transitions. And that's actually one of the really nice things that Prusa Slicer does. I'm glad you brought that up. Is that Prusa Slicer says, instead of making this transition tower, do you have something you'd like us to make? And maybe you plan on on painting it, or you don't care what it looks like and you just are willing to take it at whatever. It will actually build another model with your transition tower, which is a great idea. Yeah, so the, let's see, hold on, what was the question? Purge by infill, yes, it does. And by default, that's a setting. So I'm going to go back here. I'm going to back. Hold on one second. Let me go to settings. What have I done? Okay, so let's look at settings here and see if by default, let's see. I might, you know what? I might just take you guys down for a minute. I think it'll be easier. Let me get my other stand. Let me get my phone stand so I can show you the computer. Okay. All right, let's see if I can get this where we can see it. Which is the best phone stand, though? I brought a couple phone stands. You guys are a little... Thank you for being understanding. I'm gonna let it look at the model. So right now it is purging to infill. There's not a lot of infill on this, but it is purging what it can to infill. Oh, wait a minute. Where's my third phone stand? Ooh, this might work. All right, let's take a little trip. And I'm kind of clumsy, so bear with me. Okay, I'm gonna stick you guys here. No. Let's see if this works. Can I raise you up some? I need to be higher. I need to be higher. Can I make it higher? Of course, there's my fingers. Will this go higher? Or are we at the highest height? We're at the highest height of this one. Okay. We're going to stand this up here, and then we'll back it up. I really need to get my deck so that we can see this. Okay. So there is the model. Really far away. Let's do this one. Oh, much better. This one's going to be better. Only the third phone stand. Okay. So let's bring it closer because we're awful far away. So it predicts that it's going to need a transition tower that big. Out of all my prints, let me think on that. That's a really good question. I use a container every day. It's upstairs. It's in, I don't know, I would call it my favorite, but it's our most used. It's in the kitchen, and it has the vitamins in it for the children, and I have had it in there for years. And it's just a free skull. It's a low poly skull vase, and so it's this orange skull because it was around Halloween when I printed it, and it's been on our island in the kitchen for probably 3 years, and we use it every day. So it might have to be that, just because I really enjoy it. When I see it, I'm like, oh, I like this. This makes me smile. Josh, thank you. There, I know, I'm always excited. So interestingly enough, if I look at the demographics for our channel, and this is YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok, we have a little more women than men that are watching. And so I'm like, wow, that's kind of cool. I hope a lot of them have 3D printers. But I love this. I mean, I love this. Is the best job in the world. I mean, I have to do other work as well, but this is the best job in the world because it's 7 days a week. Your 3D printer broke, Alexis. Oh no, I feel your pain. I have, I don't know when you joined, but I have right here sitting on this printer a fan shroud because the fan shroud from one of my printers broke and the job failed miserably. I know, but fortunately, actually that fan shroud is, let me show you on this printer here, the fan shroud is right, if I can point to it because it's moving, right there. And so the fan blows in and then this fan comes, but if that isn't blowing air properly, then I can pull it up. Oh, I don't get it. This is an ASA, so it's a little tight. Let's see if I can get it off. There we go. And so this is just a printer, and it has a piece on it that comes off. I don't know if I can do this with one hand. Here we go. There we go. And so it has some support. So that's where it is, and you can see that if I don't drop it, that the air comes out on a hole there and a hole there, so it cools the part all the way around, well, from either side. And so that actually is really helpful. So that is my spare because I realized I didn't have a spare and I might as well print one. It is a part that, since it's right under there with the filament and everything happening, if you have something mess up, if you have the great blob of death, right? And yeah, that can cause your fan shroud to crack for sure. Okay, so let's go in here. Oh, that's not gonna work. That's not gonna work here. Okay, we'll move over. So I'm gonna go in here to the settings for this guy because I wanna talk about how we did the transitions because that transition tower is really big. Can we control that and make that smaller? And you do have control over it. But let's talk about how. So I'm gonna scroll down here and you've got the standard things, layer height, perimeters, infill, temperature and cooling, supports if you need them. But let's go to transition because this is something that you don't have on 3DZs. Thank you. I mean, when people ask me questions, I try to help, but I don't always know. But you know what's nice is a lot of times people will jump in and answer, and that is so, it's one of my favorite things about this community is that everybody that I've encountered has been super nice. I mean, everybody. and they're all wanting to jump in and help people because we've kind of all been there, right? You get this 3D printer and it's a robot, and it's a robot that the companies that make them expect you to modify them, which is, oh, the formulas for what? The filament? Or what? Oh wait, I wish they would release the formulas for the filament, or I'll let you tell me in a second. So in any case, it's just a really nice community, and so many people want to help. Like, I'm a patron. You probably would guess, if you would not be surprised if you've seen my content, is that, oh yeah, the formulas for filament. I mean, that's like one of their secrets. Like, we were at Protopasta, and there was a whole area that Alex said, you can film, but do not film over here, because those are the components that we use to make our master batches. There are pigments, they're all the things they use to make their filament. And it didn't mean anything to me, but we stayed away from that one area. Oh, the Voron guys are really great. Yeah, they are. I mean, I love that, because I watch, I'm a patron of Nero too, and I have a little V0 right there. And he's so great for just information on printers. Wait, hold on. Seriously, you didn't have a printer? I mean, a computer? That's great. I love your name, Local Maker Michigan, right? Yeah, it seems like it's getting, like, there are companies that are just one person making filament and being successful. Canadian Filaments is a guy that I can think of, and he's working so hard. And if you haven't seen Canadian Filament stuff, if you're on TikTok, over on TikTok, he actually runs live streams where he makes filament, and he will answer almost any question that you have. Now, he will not answer questions about his particular formula, but he will tell you so much about filament. I learned stuff from him because he has to keep certain things private, but he is really great about talking about how much it costs to get into 3D printing, making filament. And, his extrusion line breaks and he can't run his business. And so, just like when our printers break, but mine is, it's a little bit easier if one printer breaks, but he's got one extrusion line. So the one-man show, Canadian Filaments does everything, and his filament is really good. I have multiple of his filaments. My favorite of that's the pumpkin spice. He actually was upset. He was like, the one I sent you didn't have a lot of pumpkin spice in it. And I was like, no, it was great. It was like incredibly smelly. So, okay, so let me talk about this. Let's see, how can I look at different filament brands? Oh, it can stick to one another. If you're, now, from a palette standpoint where they're splicing it, that's something that's really tricky, because they're trying to get an exact 1.75 millimeter or really close to that tolerance, and they're trying to smash them together. That's very tricky. But taking and doing color changes when you print is easy. I've never had a problem having one filament stick to the other. Now, if you're printing PLA and you move to PETG, then that's tricky, because you need to up your temperature first and then change. But I've gone PLA to PETG before too. And I know, like, Stefan of CNC Kitchen, he's done TPU and like foaming TPU and PLA for some hooks to make them soft. So anyway, some neat stuff. All right, let me do this, because everybody's like, this is a boring screen. So by default here, let me show you what 120 millimeters is the transition length. If you can see that, let me move in a little bit. Is the transition length that palette gives you, which is really long. Sorry, 105. Here, let's do that. That's their length. And they give you some suggested things, but that's a long distance. So one of the things I like to do is see if I can do a much shorter distance. And that's the minimum. You can't go under 30. They won't let you. So they require you to do some kind of transition. One of the things that I wanted was and I've put this in as a request, and I've said to them, can you just have no transition tower? And let me give you an example. This model, let's see if it shows up. I'll back out. This model is a vase that Clock Spring just released. And this is the palette, and it's silk. I tore the bottom off. Don't tell. It's silk filament. It's 8 colors, and I can't see where it transitioned from one color to the next, because in this case it was doing pattern splicing. Right? So at some point it went from black to blue and copper to gold, but I can't see it. Right? So I want an option that says no transition tower. I want that, right? It's a really pretty, the pattern printing in Palette is beautiful, right? Yeah, this is his inverse vase. He has a reciprocal vase that was really popular, and this is sort of similar but opposite. So with Palette, your choices are, see the hot end where they basically, oh, yes. Okay, so there are where they make it at the nozzle. Yes, Joel Telling just did a video on that, and he said in there that he had experience with the G-Tech. It's Geeeetech. G-Tech has, and they're pretty inexpensive. I got I think it's like $300 some for a printer. I had the G-Tech A10T, which did 3 colors, and you can actually do some of that with it. So anyway, that's tricky though, but there is some functionality out there like that. So, okay, wait, let me do this because we can get back and look at the print because it keeps going. All right, the first option is transition tower here. The second option is side transitions. And side transitions is something they put in back early on in Palette. And what it does is, instead of making a transition tower back here that you can see, it actually takes the extruder, moves it over to the side, and you have to build this little thing. I think it's from Big Brain 3D, and it actually purges into a bucket. And so it purges these little pellets, and you have to build that yourself. I don't have the Ender 3 S1. I don't know that I will. I'm out of space, but I'm really interested in the Ender 3 S1. I'm really interested because that looks like a really great printer. It's got all the stuff that I wished my Ender 3 V2 had it. Okay, what program is this? This is a great question. This is Canvas.io. So if you get a Palette 3, the program that you'll use, let me cancel, exit. The program that you'll use to slice up your models will be Canvas. And you can drop a single color model in. This is a single color model. Or you can drop a model in that's already been divided up into multiple pieces, and then you can just assign colors to those pieces. So for instance, I do want to get to the settings, but let me get back to projects and bottom of the well. So this is, I did a story on this. Let's look at this. So this was Mini World 3D gave this to me, and here you notice they're all of these pieces, the stone, the water, the wood. Each of these is its own STL file. And so when I brought this in, each of the, like if I pick the stone and I can paint selected, you can go in, oops, I didn't pick it, let's go wood, paint selected. And they're the wood pieces, and I assigned it to a brown filament. All right, so that makes it easy. If you don't have that and you want to paint any model up, like the, I've been working, I have these in multiple folders, so just to find it, just started working on this again. Like this one, this is a single STL. It's the Bitzygon Memphis 1.2. So I had to go in and divide this up into pieces. And it has some things that'll help you. Like you can have it create regions. Oops. You can have it create regions for you. And so I was actually able to just hit a couple clicks here and paint this and paint this and paint the nose. But, and this is the painting tool for the palette. Now, if you use Prusa Slicer and you get a Palette 3 or a Palette 2, there is a community-built mod called P2PP, which is Prusa Slicer 2 Palette Printing? Something, P2PP. And you can use Prusa Slicer. Local Maker Michigan, hey, thank you. Have a good time too. I may have to go in a minute to tend to children coming home from school, but I'll be back. I want to see what percentage we're done. We're 17% done, so we still have time. All right, let me go in here and go to settings, though, because I did want to talk about this transition tower. As we got to the part where we said, you can go over to the side, but you have to have a actual piece that you build that adds onto the side of your extruder, your printer, and it goes over and builds a little pellet. It doesn't do a transition tower. Our other choice is transition tower. So how do you control that? You can drop the length from 110 down to 30, and that will make your transition tower much, much, much smaller. But you may have a problem because, for instance, and I'm wondering about this, when we go from this white here, let's say if I'm on one of this dark green or if I'm on the black and I transition to white, is that going to be enough transition, or will it bleed through? Will it not be finished making the color change? So what I like to do when I go into any of the prints that I do on palette, and it looks complicated, but you can say here, transition length, everything has a transition length of 30. Or you can go into variable transition lengths. Let me take this off. Variable transition lengths, and you're going from gold. If I'm trying to go to gold, I need to get to the gold. Is it a weak, a medium, or a strong? All right, or the green. And so you can define which ones need a longer transition and which ones need a shorter transition. And then if you want to go even farther, and that's what I did for this one, is you can say this is ingoing, right? When transitioning the ingoing material, it's the one being used next. And the outgoing, and then you can define for white, green. So it says the one going next. So if I'm going from green to white, I want it to purge 140 because I know how tough it is to do that if I'm going from black to white. But other than that, I've left most of these as 30s. So I'm hoping that we won't have a lot of bleed through. So that's how you can make, Ryan Nolt, hello. Hold on, I'm gonna put you up here and let you watch the print for a little bit. Actually, let's see if I can get over here. No, I can't get over there. All right, let me let you watch it right here. And I'm going to go get some prints. Oh, it's so bright. Can I turn this down so we can see better? Let me see if that helps. So we've got a transition tower. Here is the tiny dragon. And we are 18% done. So let me go grab a couple, oh wait, I'll put you back here. I'll put you back here so you can see everything going on at once. Okay. Minnesota, since 2010. Okay, you are totally the expert. We're asking you questions. I'm asking you questions. That's amazing. That's great. I would love, my husband wanted to start 3D printing way before I did. And I said, we don't have CAD experience. We don't know what to do. And that's such a common theme in our marriage that I'll say, that makes no sense. And then later I'll come back and be like, you were so right. We should have gotten into 3D printing earlier. So he's really sweet. He never rubs it in. I don't know why he doesn't. So let me go grab some prints and I'll show you some examples of something. Okay, I had to let the dog out. She was looking very sad and ringing the bell at the door and get my water. So, limit to print time? No, I don't think so. People print stuff on the palette for hundreds of hours, it seems like, seeing their prints. Okay. Let me show good examples and bad examples. So this is that bottom of the well print, and now that I've gotten the light out of it, and this is a good example of where it really followed exactly the gray of the walls. It did a good job of that. The blood splatter, which I picked a terrible. Oh, hey, good to see you, 3DZ's prints. I will catch you next time. Thanks. The only place it had a little bit of problem with the ladder here, but it was a very tiny bit. I even had this at 0.15. It was, come on. It was hard to get that. But I think it did a really good job of everything here. Focus. I think it did a really good job. I'm too close. So this is an example of a print that did a good job. There's a little bit here that it just was using and purging that it didn't need. But this has no infill. So this was a purge tower. It had to pretty much purge out. There's almost no infill in this. So the purge tower for this is, let me find it. Where's my purge towers? I think I have them all. Is it? No, I don't have it. Is it? No, that's not it. Is this it? No, I don't, but I have the purge tower from another one. So, this and this. Yes? No? Maybe so. Okay. This is a purge tower. So here is I really did move my light out of the way. Let me get some light back in here. Come on, light. Thank you. There we go, light. Better. Okay. Oh wait, is my print done? How much longer till my print is done? 7 minutes. 7 minutes, and then my resin printer is done, and I can turn off some stuff. Okay, so this is a 3-color print. The lid is not. And by the way, let me see if I missed any messages. Make the color change block so it isn't solid. You make the color change. This thing here, no, okay, so what this is doing is this is sacrificial. Now I'm really blown out. The palette, this part here is its purge tower, and it is completely sacrificial filament. So in order to do the color changes over here, it's going to do this over here. I may be misunderstanding your question, so definitely ask it, because this is complicated, right? We've got a machine, here's the printer, and it's gonna print this model of this tiny dragon. And then we have the palette, which is, instead of feeding in one filament color, the palette is following a pattern that was made with another piece of software that you can paint any 3D printed model to be whatever you want it to look like color-wise. And then this is an add-on product that will then splice the filament together up to 8. And there's a 4 filament version, and this is the 8 filament version. So it's a lot of complexity because you have to have that program. It's beyond the scope of the G code that you would just print for a 3D print, because the G code tells the extruder how to move. Wow, I really have a lot of light. The G code tells the extruder how to move. There's another file that's telling the palette which colors to pick and how much of each length, so that for every one of the slices, it knows what it has to do to print over here. Now, then we're talking about this transition tower. Do we need it? Can we change the size? Can we reduce it because it is sacrificial filament? And with the palette, with the Prusa MMU, which is a multi-material unit that adds on to this specific printer, and it works only with this printer. It's Prusa's variation on this. You're going to need a transition tower at this point. So for instance, to cleanly transition through these 3 colors, too much light. Sorry, I'm getting frustrated with my light here. What is this? Oh Good Lord, you're at 100%. No wonder. Okay. Okay. Oh, I just kicked you guys. Oh, are you all okay? You all okay? Sorry about that. Yeah, no, definitely asked. You have a Delta machine, John? John Brickford, I'm just going back. Yeah, oh my goodness, John. Okay, first of all, I'm totally with you. My Prusa Mark IIIs are my favorite machines. They're my go-tos. They're my workhorses. I love them. But I also have an Ender 3 V2, which has the capability. I tell a lot of people that just because the printer is not expensive does not mean it doesn't have the capability to print well, because the kinematics and printing is well understood, and even a lower price printer can still print very well. But the Prusa Mark III is just a go-to. It's just fun and easy to work with. I've never had a Delta printer. I've always wanted one. And yeah, I have the XL. I put a down payment on the XL too. I'm like, I need the XL. I don't need the XL. I want the XL. Okay, so this is a little jar with the lid on the floor that's 3 colors, and it does like a Charlie Brown shirt zigzag pattern. So this is what the transition tower looked like for this. And it had to build orange. It had to build up until it got to the red. And the MMU does this, the P2PP, there's another program that does this a little differently, so you might be able to not do that as much of this. But let me show you what it did here. It did, gosh, the light's terrible. It did the minimum that it could, so I can actually even push through this. The minimum filament that it had to do so that it could build a tower. But when it got up to here, you can see this is a little more dense. This is pretty solid because every layer it was changing from orange to red. And then it did a little bit of just red, and then it goes up. And it stopped printing the transition tower as soon as it was done with the last color change. So this is what it does. The other product that is, some people have a problem with Canvas Palette's product because it's a cloud-based product, and they say, you know, I don't have access to my models that I slice. What if you guys go under? And Mosaic says you can always get, you can always download everything, but because they're just offering that as a service. They're not trying to lock you in because it's free. But the P2PP product with the Prusa Slicer product, they have a different way of doing it where they can put, if they can, the model way over on one side. So they might put the model way over here, and they would put the transition tower over here. And because of that, they can work on the model. And even as the model gets higher, as long as they have clearance, they'll go back over if the extruder can move down, and they'll do that. So for instance, in this case, it would not have built up this whole orange area because the model is small and it can get out of the way. It would have put the model over, you know, over to the side, and it would have had this guy over here. And then, I'm really annoyed with my lights. Seriously. Am I still blowing out here? Better. Okay, so yeah, and it would have had the transition tower over here. It would have printed orange, it would have come up, and then when it got to the area that it needed to do the color changes, it would have done that. And this would have been, oops, much smaller, if that makes sense. I'm trying to see if I can get some colors here. What if we do this? What if we do that and turn that down? You also use, I'm reading this here. Even on pay, yes, I have my, yes, I have some, this is on a rubber mat underneath this. There's a black thing, but on there I have a rubber mat, but that's all I have these on. I want to redo this and put it on a, okay, that's a little easier to see. I don't know, my phone looks like everything is super bright and that it's hard to see what's happening. So if it's hard for you all to see what's happening, let me know. So yeah, as we're going through transition towers, I definitely want to talk about it. So this is a small transition tower for this model. One thing to note about this is I could have had this transition tower here, and if I could have fit 17 of them on the bill plate, oh crap. Oh, that's it. Oh God, I thought I messed it up. And fit 17 on them, it would have had the same transition tower. The whole goal is to clean out one color and move to the next color so that you don't see transitions here. So let me show you when this did not work out, because I was very eager to have a small transition tower. So this is the transition tower. Hold on. Let me get it right here. Okay. Here we go. So this is the transition tower, which is pretty big, but this is the size model that I was printing. And what I did here was I guessed that I could go with shorter transition lengths than I needed. And so you'll see here, the brown is great. This is a brown here for the eye patch, black, black. It even has the pink dots correct for the top here. I messed up. It was supposed to be gold. That was supposed to be gold. And you'll see here that the eyes were supposed to be pink. I accidentally wasn't paying attention to where I loaded the colors in. The order I loaded them in over here. So I had the gold and the pink in the wrong order. But you can see that this is not good, because even though all the colors are where they're supposed to be, it had a lot of bleeding. I needed a much longer transition to get the gold out. There should have been no gold in here. All these stripes should not be there. And that's because I was too eager to have really short transitions and have this guy have as little filament in it as possible. So we definitely have control, but we can mess it up. The other thing is, we talked about, can you control the shape of the transition tower? And you can. This is an example of that. This is the transition tower size that Palette suggested. And the next time I wanted to do more models, so I changed the dimension and made it thinner and longer, so I could have it over on the side and I could fit more models on the bill plate. But it's the same dimensions. I think this is the same model. No, it might not be the same model. That's not the same model. Is it? It might be the same model. You know, it's going to transition differently on the side. I thought this was the same. I'm not sure now that I'm looking at it. Let me see. Same height? No, it is. It's the same height. It's just how it transitioned and where you can see the yellow. Okay. I feel better. Yes, it is. Okay. So that's an example of changing that. So let me scroll. There was a question. Eric, it is very nice to meet you. You have a nice day too. Thank you for stopping in. Let's see, where are we on the print? We are 24% in. So let me see, there was another question from John. Noisy. Yeah. Okay, thanks, Eric. I need to look at those. I'm going to take a note on that from Harbor Freight, because we have a Harbor Freight near us. That might be something to look into, because I want to redo this. I don't like that noise. It goes gunk as it's dragging over. So what it's trying to do is it's trying to make the eyes black. And hopefully the eyes will be black. So this has got some internal. It's doing okay. I think it's a little, well, I don't know. The tail is nice and pink. Let's see where we are on the print, because I think the tail is done. Bring us over here a little bit. My finger wants to be in the camera ways. Okay, let me check the model. I'll also show you a very, not bad transition tower, but a very aggressive transition tower. Oh yeah, we're done. We are we not? No, we're not quite done. There's a couple more layers that are going to be on the tail. I notice also that this green is having a little bit of stringing, but only that green. Is that right? or something. Something's going back and forth between it. So yeah, the transition towers don't usually look pretty. So let me show this. The setup for the Palette 3 is so much improved over the Palette 2. The Palette 2 was pretty complicated. Oh, look at this. Okay, this is interesting. It's been doing not nearly as solid lines, because in order to go across the whole transition tower, it says how many, for instance, how many millimeters do I need? I need to do 350 millimeters of filament to go from 1, 2, and 3 colors. But here, it's much more solid because I'm guessing it needs to go more than a couple colors. It went from green to gold. It's going to do gold, and then it'll go to black, I'm guessing, and then also pink. So it's going to go green, gold, black, pink, because of where we are in the model. Okay, when you do the palette, if you were to get the palette, it's very easy to turn on. It has you make a pairing with your printer and says you create a Canvas account. You can now, over Wi-Fi, you can do firmware uploads. And instead of having, before, what you needed to do was, they had a connect thing, but it was old, was you had to take the print and slice it for your printer. Well, they would do that in Canvas. And then you also needed another file for Palette, and so you were running 2 SD cards, starting the print on your printer, starting the print on the Palette, and they would work together, but it mostly was your printer printing and not knowing that the Palette existed, and the Palette listening for pings and pongs. In this case, Palette is the one running the print. So if with Palette 2 time frame, was it going to white? I think it's going to white. Palette 2 time frame, if the Palette lost power, it didn't stop the printer from printing. It would just keep printing. But Palette 3, the setup is so great. And when you're done, they say, I don't know that you can work it with Octoprint because it does its own remote thing. I don't know that you can do it with Octoprint. Like, can you add it in addition? Because that's what I have. I have Octoprint on all my printers. So I unplugged the USB port from the Octoprint and I plugged it in there on the side. And then instead of loading a print up, instead of sending a print via Octoprint, I send the print via the Palette. So over here, hold on just a second. So when you're done slicing it, see how you've got send to device? So you can send it to the device, and then let me navigate around here without dropping this. Devices. Oops. Okay, and then you can see the setup here. So now here's the device. It sent it to the device, and it tells you what's happening. You can heat, you can move. So you've got a lot of the functionality that you have in Octoprint, and it's through Canvas. So they also are doing camera access. So over on the side here, they've got 2, I wrote C and P on there, but I found out later it doesn't matter. But they're having camera functionality. So if you're elsewhere, you can log on to, or bring Canvas up and see what's happening. So, as you finish the setup in Palette, it says we're going to do your first print. And you do the Mosaic. This is the Mosaic logo keychain. And it just does this little print, and then you're done. On Palette, probably 40 hours. I've not gotten into like really, really long prints. Like, I know a lot of people have done 90-hour prints. 40 hours is probably the longest I've done in Palette. But I mean 50 or 60 hours. I don't have a problem with longer prints. It seems like I don't pick the massive, massive ones. I don't know, what's the longest you guys have done? Like, I love watching Frankly Built and Emily the Engineer, and I love watching, I mean, my husband likes to watch movies at the end of the day. I don't. I like to go watch 3D printing videos and Instagram and TikTok, and I just like to see what other people are doing. TikTok, by the way. Oh, sorry, I'm drinking. Hello, Wibs Dibs. Thank you. This is actually really cute. A friend of mine sent me a message. This is, let me go to it. So this is Sassy Cat 3D, and it is Bitzygon Babys. And so there is one with a crown, one with a heart tail, and one that has a clover tail. And I was like, St. Patrick's Day, we need to do the clover tail one. We need to do the clover tail one. It was just so cute. So, and I also wanted to do a print that had more than 2 colors. Where's this one? We did this one the other day. So this is a clock spring tiny pies, and I printed, let me get this, printed the base. He likes magnets. You can put tiny things in it. And then we did a 2-color palette print of the lid. And so I did a live stream of it, and the magnet, oh, the magnets are so great. This is great. But, oh, wait, completely unrelated to this. Clock Spring, I'm a patron of his. I just like his work. So he released this, let me figure out which one this is. He released this Catalyst capsule. He's big on boxes, which is great. And he's been doing a lot with magnets. Where is it? Here we go. And it comes out like that. But the magnets are great, so you put it in, and then you go. And that's just, oh my gosh. Anyway, he does a lot of, I don't know if it's steampunk, science fiction-y looking things with celestial kind of names. But, let me see. All right. I have an appointment I'm going to have to run to in a little bit, and I'm trying to decide, for those of you who are here, what do you think the best thing is to do? Because I had us pulled back out so we could see. Oh, I'm telling you. Okay, I'm so glad you do too, because I love magnets. Clock Spring was doing a lot with, let's see if I can back us out. When I let go, it's going to fall down. No. Okay, do that. Yeah, I love magnets too. Okay, but that is, I love magnets. So Clock Spring did a lot with screws and bolts and other closures, and I work with him with his models, which is an absolutely fun job to have. And I think we started talking about magnets. I was like, do it. Oh, yes, I absolutely will. Hold on, I want to make sure it's Alexis. Okay, yeah, absolutely. So, well, yeah, I love magnets, and so we started talking about it, and he is totally into magnets now, which I love. Okay, so the transition tower, let me grab a different model. So let's do this model, because I think maybe it's easier to understand. So, and that, by the way, when it sits really still, it's pinging. This is pings and pongs. This is, the palette is making sure it knows where the printer is in the middle of the print. And so if it's ahead, the printer's ahead of where it thinks it is, it'll adjust its splicing. And if it's behind, it'll do the same thing. So, okay, here is another jar, tiny jar, something, Clock Spring jar. And it has 8 colors in it. And it was one of the first things I printed with the palette. So let's look at the first layer, which is this layer down here. So in order for the printer to print that, and to print it cleanly, so forget that there's any other layer, we're just going to talk about this one layer. we need to send, because the printer can only accept one path of filament. So we need to send it one length of filament, and then we need to have it paint here, or draw here, whatever you call it, print here, so that it's perfectly, so it does each pie piece, and there's no blending of color. So if you look at what's happening with the transition tower, what it's doing is it's finishing one color, like this pink, and it's moving into the gold. And there's that area in between where it's not quite pink and it's not quite gold. That's the whole point of the transition tower. It's to give it a space to flush one color, like this green, and move into the black. And so there is a period of time there where it's a little green and black. The green to black is pretty easy, but that pink to gold, there is that bit where it's changing. And then you see, so that's the goal of the transition tower, because if we didn't have a transition tower, there's only 8 colors with the palette, right? Yeah, that's the most there is. If we didn't have that transition tower, those, as it went from red to orange, you would have that blending area. So here is the transition tower for this particular model. And it's big, but it's big because it's taking the bit of color, I can get that, it's either too bright or not too bright, and it's moving. Here's a really good example, from purple to pink. And there's that bit where it's neither purple nor pink. And so that's what it's doing. It's flushing one color so that there is none of the old color left when the extruder goes back to print on the model. So if I have an area that I say, I want this to be pink, or I want this to be black, when the extruder goes over, oh yeah, here's a good example, black to gold. That really took a little bit to flush out. That's what it's doing. So the way that the palette is doing its calculations is it's doing a lot of math for, going back here, come on, here we go. All right, hold on just a second. Preview here. Okay. All right, so here is that model. I'm gonna try to not drop the printer, the laptop, and the next time I'm gonna do my full deck so I can just switch. I've done a couple, but my son would love it. Hold on. Wait, before I do this, let me get this at the right amount of zoom. Okay. Actual size. Here we go. Okay. Oh, I'm going to bring you guys down for a second. That's what I'll do. That will be easier. Close up here. Give me a second to get this loaded just right. There we go. Okay. Now. Okay. I'm going to bring you down. Maybe I am. Where's the thing? Here? Here. Is this the one that worked? Is this the one that worked? This was the one that worked. Sorry, I'm talking to myself. Alexis, if it doesn't make sense, tell me more, and we'll see what we can do to figure it out, because this is definitely a lot of stuff happening here. Okay. So here is. It makes much more sense. Well, yeah, and so here is the model, but let's do this. I'm gonna slice down all the way to the bottom. So if we look at the first layer here, it only needed to do gold and then green for the tail. So this is its first layer, and it's making sure it's got a little extra here for good layer adhesion. And then let's move up to the second layer. And now it has to get a little bit of the pink nose in, and it still needs gold and green. And so this is showing how it's going to use the transition tower to transition across those colors. And then we'll go up a little bit, and you can see each layer, how it's using it. This is its plan. Because even though this is a transition tower, that's what it expects. It expects that it's going to have that much. Now this is kind of light and airy in comparison to solid. Let's move up till we get a little bit. And I'm noticing here that I also had some filament, not quite the right color, so we may have it a little bit of overlay. Let's wait. Okay, now we've got white. So here's where it started getting a little bit thicker, because we've now got 4 colors to change to, and it's a little bit more dense. Oh, but only back to 3 colors until we get to, do I have black and white? Oh, no, I don't. Do I? I'm talking to myself. Hold on. Let me look at this. Light green. Okay, here's my plan. Gold. This is how it loaded. Gold, dark green, light green, white. Crap! Crap! I messed it up. Okay, see how I have white eyes? They're white eyes with black pupils. Okay, and then we get here where we've got the top hat. So it gets very busy right here for these layers, because it's, oh no, not necessarily. But yeah, every layer you're seeing how, oh, I'm so annoyed I messed that up. And then we've got the top hat. And it is using some infill to transition here. Let's see, is it? I think it is. Yeah, I think it's using some. There's just not a lot of infill on this model. Okay, so let's go back to, I'm going to say back, and let's look at the mistake I made. Okay, the order of the filaments is, the first one is gold. Let me go dark green, light green, white, black, pink. Let's see what I did. I did gold, dark green, light green, black, white. So I'm going to have black eyes with white pupils. Oh, maybe dragons look like that. Okay, so that's where the filament's coming. You want to have, going up to the palette, you want to have as a path that is of least resistance. You want to not stress out the palette to have to pull, oops, hold on, let me get you in, to pull the filament in a way that is hard on it, because it's, you want to be as nice to the palette as you can. Okay, so I do want to talk about this though. This right here is an absolutely beautiful model. I love it. It is the worst case scenario for transition tower. This weighs 12 ounces. Okay, this is the transition tower that it needed to do this. Every single layer is solid. This is a half a kilo. This is a half a spool of filament divided up by 8 of polyalchemy elixir, which I love. I will never get rid of this. I love this. I'm never getting rid of it. But this is the worst case scenario. There's no infill, and we're asking it to change 8 colors. Now, that's not Palette's fault. That's what I asked it to do. I could have dropped the splice distance down, the transition distance down to a shorter distance, because I'm seeing here a lot of solid blue and solid purple. But this was one of the first tests I did on Palette 3, and I should have done a test. I should have done like 3 layers to determine the color change. But this is not Palette's fault. It did what I asked it. But can we do a transition towerless print? I would like to be able to do so. So some of the advances in that are, for instance, what the Prusa slicer does, which is if you can get your model out of the way, so if the model can be over here and the transition tower over here, it can come over, drop the extruder down, and that can save on some layers that are a single color. Transition to infill, which they're doing. And I'm seeing, I think we're going to have some bleed. That was another thing. I don't know if my guess is the black is really hard to transition out of. I think we're going to have bleed through on this, which just means we get to do another one. And then the last thing is my goal, my request that we can do this. So this is a print. Palette has some stuff called pattern prints. Oh, have I made a Minecraft 3D print? Let me ask my son. I know I've made something, but not anything huge. Hey. Okay, I went to go ask my son. Oh, 5:21. I've got to run. I'm gonna have to run for a bit, but I'll be back. I asked my son. He said, and he was in the middle of OP duels in Minecraft right now. So he was like, "Hold on, let me obliterate this guy." And we've made the sword, but that's not very exciting. He said, "I know we've made more, Mom. I'm trying to remember." There was a time where we were making some stuff, and it was a couple years ago. And so I don't remember what we made, but I know we were like, I was trying to get my son really interested in. I'll pass that on. Yeah, because it was funny. He was like, "Hold on, Mom, let me obliterate this guy." But yeah, what in the world did we do? He was like, "I know we made the sword, but I don't remember." My son is 11. Okay, I am going to leave you guys with this before I go, and I will be back. I have a quick errand to run before the office closes at 6. I am going to send this same model over here to this printer, and it will print much faster. Hold on. Unload. I need to unload my ASA. No. Unload. Unload filament. Ugh. Let me go get some filament for this guy, and I'll be back. Okay. I'm gonna do it in this filament. I've been printing it lately. HZST3D. They don't have it on their filament, so I had to write it. Let me show you the prints I've done with it because it's so cool. We've been out of town on vacation, and then everybody got sick, which is interesting. And it's not COVID, but there was like a sore throat. Some people got a sore throat, and then there was a cough. So that was no fun, but that happens. And we're all glad it's not COVID. So this is in the green. It's going to hit the green transition, and I think it'll look really nice for this little guy. In fact, maybe I'll send all 3. Ooh, I'll send all 3. All right, well, that loads. Not much of that. Nope, not correct. So this is the filament, and I did this balloon dragon in it, and it goes from maroon to purple to this blue-green. And then I did another dragon, picking up where that one left off. Green, lighter green, and then orange. And then after that, these are really cute, these balloon dragons. They've got these little balloon feet. And then I did McGuire's. Oh wait, here's another one. The upside down teapot, if you haven't seen this, this is really cute. So there's no opening here. The opening's under here, so you fill it with water, and then you flip it over, and there's no opening, but you can pour it out, and then you can set it back down, and then you can pour it out, and you can set it back down. It's a cute model, really, and it scales. And then I printed, no, more filament. I printed McGuire's. This is also in HZST3D. This, and I did a couple layers of white underneath for the suckers. Oh, this is such a great model. So he had the cute octopus that was so printed, and he said it's all grown up. I love that. So, okay. Have you loaded? Are you good? Yes, filament color correct. And if anybody said anything, I'm running around. So I'm missing the text. Sorry. My favorite bed adhesion for the smooth bill plate, and it's interesting because it works really, the hotter the temperature, the better it works. But I use this Dymafix, and it's expensive. It's like $18, $20 for this thing, but this one's lasted me a year and a half because it's really liquidy. So I just keep and you can't see it on the bill plate. So I use it a lot of times for little things like this. And you can't see it on the bill plate. It also smells like candy when you take the model off, which is sort of a bonus. Let's see if anybody said anything. Mars Gizmo, hey, how are you? It's good to see you. We're doing some Palette 3 testings. Oh, does this one say shorts? Oh, crap. That's, you know what? I didn't edit that. Yes, this is definitely not shorts. This is longs. Good to see you, Mars Gizmo. All right, so we're printing this little guy here, and I need a multiple angle camera, but I don't have my full setup here. And we've been talking about Palette 3, if you guys are just joining us, and we're splicing only 6 filaments this time. And I'm going to send these, all 3 of them, to the other printer. Okay, so the other printer right over here is starting to print all 3 of these Bitzygon babies. And I'm trying to see if we can get as much information as we can on the screen. I might raise this up. Let me see if I can raise this up. And then if I don't go, the office is going to close. I'm going to be in trouble. Is this as tall as this goes? Ah, that might help. We can look down. We can look down and see better. Yeah, that's better. Except for the, let me get this over here. Aside from the glare. You can have light with glare or no light. Okay, that's better. All right, I like that. Pull this forward. You can see the PTFE tube coming out. I'm futzing over this. I'm going to miss the doc. There it is. Okay, you can barely see it, but it's coming out. No, I'd rather not do that. I'd rather you be able to see the filament come in. Okay. Your palette is finally arriving. I know you are not the only one I know who has a palette on delay. Clock Spring ordered his, and he said, oh, an 8 different rainbow. Yeah, actually, that's a good idea. And just do it in pattern. That would be cool. Yeah, Clock Spring said they say it's on the way, and they've given him shipping information, but it's not very specific. It doesn't really explain where it is or when it's coming in. And he ordered his back. He ordered his, well before release. So I know he's a little frustrated because I'm like, hey, look what I'm doing with the palette 3, and he's like, yay, my palette 2. That's, Hi, MCB. You know what? 8 different rainbow filament would be good. That's a good idea. So we're going to leave this here. I'm going to run to, I will be back quickly. We are at 1 hour and 53 minutes in. We are only 35% done. So Palette does not sometimes do the best job of estimating. It told me in Canvas that this was a 3-hour print. I don't know if you can see what it says right here. It says 3 hours remaining. Oh, I know. We had the best time. It was really good to get away. I thought I was going to miss all the printers and the filament, but I mean, there was social media that I got to check in every now and then and see how things were going and sort of live vicariously through other people's print. But it absolutely was a great time. And we went with 4 other families that are, no, hold on, it was 6 other families. But my best friend and my 2 other really close girlfriends, that the husbands got to know each other, and now the husbands like to go skiing, and we go once a year as a big family, so big family group. So it was a lot of fun. We all got to catch up because with COVID, nobody's seen anybody. So yeah, it was great. Now, if you notice, and I do, ooh, MCB, oh my gosh, thank you so much. Wow, well, go follow Mars Gizmo. His stuff is really good. Mars Gizmo has been my inspiration for a lot of the work that I've done because his videos and his time lapses are absolutely impeccable, and I love how he presents stuff. It's just very clean, and I like that look. We're a little more sloppy. We're not as skilled as you are in all the photography things, Mars Gizmo, but I love it. You've given me some amazing advice, so I really appreciate it. But yeah, I've made a mistake. When I sliced this or painted this, I painted the little dragon's eyes to be white and the pupils to be black. And then when I put the filament in order on the shelf below, I put the black where the white was supposed to be. So this little guy's gonna have black eyes. But maybe that's what Dragonette's eyes look like. So we don't know. We're gonna think positively. All right, I'm gonna run. I will be back in a little bit. If it stops, that's so cool. You know somebody in real life. Oh my gosh. I'm serious. That's really cool. Yeah, I have to figure. Wait, listen. Hold on. Well, thank you, Mars Gizmo. I have learned a lot, and Mihai had said you will look back on the first videos you make, and you will have the cringeworthy feeling of, oh, that's what it used to look like. And at the time I was like, these are pretty good, and he was so right. I look back and I'm like, oh my goodness, we really have learned a lot. And for the sound, guys, I don't know what this sounds like. I tried to mic myself, and I was all ready with my nice mics, and I realized that it plugged into the same spot as my power cable. No, I don't actually print. I print example models, and I just give them away to my family and friends. But if you click on the link in my bio, This is YouTube. Shoot. I think it's in there. If not, go to Instagram or TikTok and click the link in my bio, and I have a link of all the people that I'm working with that do sell, because I just don't have time to sell. I know that work. All right, good to see you. Yeah, so I don't know how to get to it. I'm trying to remember the link. It's something like stores.filamentstories.com. But yeah, go check the link in my bio, because I've got like 15 or 20 people who are authorized resellers, and they sell like the dragons and stuff. There's somebody who sells yoga models. There are two girls that are, I think, 9 and 11 or 11 and 13, and they're printing dragons to sell, and they're beautiful. So, all right, I'm running. I'll catch you guys in a bit. Well, that took longer than anticipated. Oh, the eyes are black and they do have little white bits since I did them backwards. That was longer than anticipated. My goodness. I'm glad to be back. Glad to be back. Hi, everybody. Those of you who are still here, let's see. Hi. Hi. Yeah, it took longer than anticipated. Doctor's offices always take longer than you think, and I got there 10 minutes before they closed. One thing I can notice here is, I'm gonna bring this down, oops, and around, is the black, because it's transitioning in infill, see how you can see it through the edge? Now that might be not, I'm coming here, it might not be that because it's transitioning to infill, because it is putting some in there, but it might be that the black, transitioning away from the black, I didn't give it enough transition length. So it is possible on that, because that's what I did with this model. Was every single transition I thought about how many millimeters should we go. So if I'm transitioning to black, I have it at the minimum at 30 millimeters, but there's my hand and this is not gonna work. Okay, so for every transition going to black, I have it at 30 millimeters, the minimum. But if I'm going, say, from black to white or the dark green to white, I have it at the longest length, which is, there is a longest length. It's something like 330 or something, but I have it at something like 120 or 180. In the meantime, these little guys over here, oh, this is that color that does that. This is so interesting. Now I'm gonna bring you down again. This is that color that does this. Okay, I have two filaments that do this. This is a green. This is a dark green that's coming in. It is green and it's coming out purple. I have multiple filaments that do this. I mean, that's green, right? Green, completely green, and it's purple. And I have not made any change to it. So this is HZST3D. Yeah. So I was like, oh, this is some green. So there are a couple filament colors that they have in the rainbows, and there's multiple. The other one I know that does this is Xyltech. Xyltech has a green that turns into a rust color. So I'm hoping that before these get done, and we have 2 hours, 8 minutes to go, that we will have a color other than purple, because those are the two colors. I thought it was going to be a darker green and moving to a lighter green, but apparently it's purple. Hi, Chris. Hi, Ryan. Hi, Chris. Oh, wait, that was Ryan saying, okay. All right, so, yeah, so if we look at this here, it's making transitions. It's doing a very nice job. It's just going from white to black. So it did a tiny bit of white, and actually that looks good. Even though I completely swapped the filaments and it's supposed to be black to white, it has made a nice transition where white is only, where it's supposed to be white, it's only white. So that's at least good news there. All right. So if you've got questions, let me know. If you want to see it splice on the palette or this cute little dragon. And in the meantime, I have a resin print I'm going to pull out of the bats. I don't do a lot of resin printing, but it did do some. Okie dokie. mess at my desk. That was terrible. We are at we've done this for a while. We're not in the most exciting part of the prints. I don't know, maybe it's exciting. Maybe it's exciting. This is pretty. Ooh, this is pretty. Just printed this. This is in calcium nant, and it's got 30% calcium carbonate, and this is made from a renewable resource, 70% PLA, 30% calcium carbonate, renewable resource from the Bahamas, and it is just this nice, it almost feels sandy, but you have to almost print it out of a filament dryer because boy, it's PLA, but boy does it soak up moisture. Never had a filament soak up moisture other than TPU that fast. Just crazy. It's not bad. We've got a little bleed through. The pink nose is done really well. The first layer was off. It's got green first layer at the front, but I'm okay with that. The legs are gold. We do have bleed over from the gold, but it's not bad. It's such an adorable little dragon. Okay, we still have green filament over here, and you're still printing purple. I was not anticipating you printing purple. All right, have a mask on. 2 hours, 2 minutes remaining. It's been printing for 3 hours, 19 minutes, and it told us it was a 3-hour print job. So, in Canvas, let's see. Canvas has a little bit of a underestimation problem. I don't know if it's like it's wanting to make you feel like your print. Let's see, preview. It says time, 3 hours, 10 minutes, filament length, 24.2 meters, which, okay, so this guy would not be 24.2 meters, but including all of that, it's 24.2 meters, but it gives the total amount of meters per thing, but it's doing, it's doing 274 splices, so that's a lot of splices. The palette too, I wouldn't trust it without being here. I wouldn't leave it. I wouldn't leave it overnight. That's one thing the Palette 3 does an excellent job on, is it's very reliable from a splicing standpoint. Once you have it splice tuned, it's this how they've reorganized it over here is really nice. That's one thing I think is really great about it. The front cover is off on the palette. So it has this nice front cover, right? I think it's more of a dust cover because one, you want to see what's happening, but two, it needs airflow. You can hear the fan going all the time. So having the fan on, you have better cooling action if the fan is on. Obviously they're going to do that, and you keep the lid off. How much dark green am I using? I don't think I'm using much dark green. Where did I paint dark green? How much dark green? Okay, hold on. How much dark green? 2.93 meters. Oh, it's the hat. We haven't gotten to it yet. So the teal, the dark teal is going to come in with the hat. And that doesn't show up. Oh, as soon as we finish the top of the eye, it's going to start coming in on the left eye area. Look at that. Okay, I'm back. I am taking a resin print out of this enclosure, so I'm masking up until I get it washed and cured. I will be back. We've got two printers running, and a palette right here is loud. It's loud. I am here. I am cleaning a resin print, so I'm masked up, except for now. So if you have a question or something, let me know. And as soon as I get this resin print cleaned in a minute, I'll be back and I'll scroll. Those eyes are cracking me up. getting to the dark green? Not yet. Okay. I know there are more words to that song. I'm only singing a few words. Let's see. Oh, wait, here we go. Let's put this here. No, 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 no. Here we go. Sassy Cat 3D? There we go. Sassy Cat 3D. I should have put that there. Do this thing. Yeah.
I have some food ready.
Yeah. What do you got ready? Is it pasta?
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tortellini and some other noodles too.
Okay. Let me finish doing this.
It'll be ready for you.
Okay, is everybody else? Hey, is everybody else eating? Okay, let me come up if everybody else is eating. Ooh, look at that. Okay. Hey, you're back. I know. You know what? And I have just gotten called to. Oh, hi, Isling. I might not be saying. Isling? Hi, Isling. Yeah, so here's the deal. It said 3 hours. Now, this is something it's done fairly regularly, but I'm still getting caught with it. Canvas is saying how long it's going to take, and even over here on the palette, it'll say how long it's going to take. And then it gets into the print, and I don't know where its estimation goes wrong because it's been printing for 3 hours, 40 minutes, and it says there's an hour 38 left. So, yep. It needs to work on that. And you can look, this estimation of filament used is accurate because it knows exactly how many centimeters it's doing. But, what is this thing here? 100%. But the thing that I suppose it can't predict, like, let me show you this. And I've been called to dinner and it's family dinner time, but I'll be back. But if you can see the Mark III right here, I'm printing at 100%. Okay, if I do this wheel, I can spin this up to 150%. And I know the printer will print just fine with that. Well, it's going to pull filament faster. The print's going to get done faster. But it's not, I mean, I would have to print this at 200% speed here. So, you know what? We can print it faster. The printer can handle it. It just all depends on how fast it's going to use that buffer up. If I back out. So this is tough because we can't see everything at once, or we can't do it well. So I can speed the printer up, I suppose. But I kind of don't want to stress it out. I think let me do it 125%, 130%. It's going to be fine at 130%. But yeah, an hour 36 minutes left. And we have over here, conveniently enough, on the other two that I am printing, which very interestingly enough are coming out purple. See that? Purple the entire time green filament has been going in. The whole time, green filament. See that? Green filament coming out purple. Oh yeah, it's right here. Go to Sassy Cat 3D on Colts. And it's called Bitzygon Babys. So they're tiny dragons. And she's got a reseller's license or a commercial license and a regular. It's like it's $3 and you get 3 of them and they're all 3 cute. So, yeah. All right, I'm going to eat dinner. I'll be back. An hour and 5 minutes to go. I got called to dinner. And the other one has an hour and 8 minutes to go. The hat's coming on now. Hi. Hi, if you're here. I know we don't have many people here. I haven't been chatting. I had to go to the doctor. Always fun. And then I got called to dinner. The hat's coming on. It doesn't look bad, though. Colors are going in. We have some bleeding from the black. Wouldn't have been so bad if I had had the black where the black was supposed to be and the white where the white was supposed to be. But I switched it, so oh well, oops. And yeah, it's just a discoloration. I just did not have enough transition from black to gold. I needed more transition from black to gold. But we are past it now. It's in our past. Seems to be printing just fine at 130%. So let's go to 145%. Let's do it. Let's go crazy. Oh, what's for dinner? What's for dinner? It was pasta with ravioli and some sort of spiral shell things. It was good. My husband loves to cook. When we first got married, he was like, "Can we eat in? I want to cook." And I was like, "Can we just go out?" Because I was a business traveler for years. Hey there, 3DZs, Prince. I was like, "You want to eat in?" But I'm really good at eating out because I had been a business traveler for 10 years. I would travel all over the place and mostly by myself because I was teaching software development classes for IBM and IBM products I was with a consulting company, but anyway, I was traveling all over and teaching classes. It was fun, but it was a lot by myself. So I didn't have any problem. I ate out all the time and I would go out to eat by myself and yeah, that was no problem. But he liked to cook. So I am still just, I'm going to have to show you this over here. Check this out. The other one. So the other one is all three of the little dragons. So there's one with a crown, one with, so you can see the heart tail and the clover tail. And then, is it 3Ds? Okay, 3Ds. I could do 3Ds. No, 3Ds makes sense. But I want you to look at this color. This is purple, right? Since I started the print, I picked this transition filament because of St. Patrick's Day, and it's green. And it hasn't printed green yet. It's been printing purple. It's been printing purple. So there's another company. Well, hello, inflatable. Okay, I made sure that right. Inflatable bin reviews. Welcome back. We're still talking about. I know. Well, you are so right, and I got used to it. And he cooks he loves cooking. So okay, so yeah, I'm telling you, I'm lucky. It's time for dinner, and then he doesn't mind if I'm like, okay, I'll be up in a minute, and then get stuck with 3D printing things. So the extruder is just doing a great job of being in the way. So if you get this, hold on, let's back up here. This is, I know, that's a beautiful purple. I am not complaining at all. I completely agree. It's a really pretty purple, and I want to pull up something in a second and look. Okay, if you're interested in this, somebody pointed it to me overnight. So it's Sassy Cat 3D. My handwriting is lovely on Colts 3D, and this is the Bitzygon Babys. So they're like Egon, like dragon Bitzygon Babies. Wait, my name is not, and you. You're the nice guy. Inflatable bin reviews. I know who you are now, the nice guy. So let's look at, okay, so we're looking over here. We're doing the palette print. And this is the one with the cloverleaf tail because it's St. Patrick's Day and I picked some greens out. So we have two greens and the palette's printing them. But over here, I thought, let's print them in single color mode. So I got this filament that I had been printing. I've got to do a story on it. I've been printing stuff on it. So I'm just going to grab this. I'm just going to bring it over here. We're just going to look at it. So look at that. Isn't that convenient how I can get that off? So it's this darker green. I'm in the way of the light. It's this darker green. And then it's going to go to, and I thought, look, 2 colors of green. This will look nice. But since I started printing with it, it's been printing purple. that's okay. So let's see. I'm gonna pull. Okay. Purple to. No. Here. And check some print. Hold on. All right, I have some models that I've been printing in this filament. One more. Here we go. Okay. I'm getting my models. So this is the first model I printed with this. So this is the, you come here. Come this way, light. I'm rotating my light. All right, I'm gonna rotate this other light. See if that helps. Maybe we'll get some good lighting here. All done. Oh, there you are, the nice guy. 3Ds. It knew it. It makes sense. 3Ds. I see it now. It totally makes sense. Okay, so the first thing that I printed was this. Yeah, I'm really interested to see it. Well, I'm interested in seeing them both. Actually, now the palette one. Oh, I should get you so you can see the palette one. There's the palette one. So the palette one is now winning because I sped the printer up. I'm printing it at 145%, which you can't see because we're not low enough. There we are. All right, hold on. I'm just gonna move this back. There we go. Now we can see everything. So this is printing at 145%, and it says 1 hour, 1 minute. Don't know what that means. I don't honestly know what that means because that symbol doesn't normally come up. But this is not controlling the print. It says heating done. This is showing different information because the palette is controlling the print. Oh, you gotta go. Geez, come back. Okay, whether we believe the palette or not, in 56 minutes, it's gonna be done. Ah, I touched something. Don't do that. Wait, what does that do? What does that say? Time remaining, splices. Oh, that's nice. 56 minutes. It's done 231 of 274 splices. And it's done, I can't read that. Oh, it's done 0 of 24.2 meters? That doesn't seem right. It looks like it's used some more filament than 0. See, there you go. I know yeah. Now I will recognize you on YouTube. I'm trying to get over to YouTube and do some more stuff. All right, let me talk about this. So I got this filament is HZST3D. So like Henry, Zelda, Steve, Tom, HZST3D Rainbow filament. And the first time I printed with it, we were doing this nice maroon, and we went to purple, and then we went to green. Now I'm wondering if the purple here is the green, and it makes sense because, ooh, hold on. Yeah, look at this. There is there purple? Well, maybe there's kind of purple. Oh, we're out of there. It goes maroon, purple, green. Oh no, there is there. So maroon, purple. I'm sorry. I'm trying to figure out where this purple comes from because we're currently in the middle of a green. All right, HZST3D. I'm just happy that it looks so pretty because it is a pretty color. And then after that, I kept going as I'm trying to get back through the loop, and it finished with some green, and then I did more green. This is the color I thought I was going to get. This is what it looks like. on the spool, but it's printing in purple, I don't know. And then we went to green, and then it goes back to orange, yellow. Okay, so then I kept going from here, and I printed this guy, which is that new octopus, which I loved his idea of putting a few layers of a lighter color down and then changing the filament. This is just such a great idea. Yeah, so that's a great question about the purge tower. So we talked a little bit about the purge. We talked a lot about the purge tower earlier. So there's ways that you can reduce the purge tower, because right now, as is, this is sacrificial filament, right? Unless you can come up with something to do decorative use out of the purge blocks. I keep mine. I just love the way they look. No, I haven't made her octopus, but a lot of people have. I've been watching all the videos of them. I've never made her octopus, but they're fun to watch. I loved Plastic 3D's. Oh, the shark, yeah. What was it? He did Croctopus, and he did Crocs in TPU that had the Rock's head on it. That was hilarious. Okay, so one thing that you can do to reduce the size of this is you can select how much distance you want, because the whole point of the purge tower, I'm going to bring one up. Hold on, let me bring one up. I'm going to bring an old one up. Is a big purge tower. That's not a big purge tower. Where's the one? Here's one. All right. So this purge tower here, you can see that there's just a yellow and a red. And at this point, the model, it only had 2 colors. So the whole point of the whole point of this particular model, let me grab it. So it was this model here, and it has 3 colors in it. But if you notice at the bottom, it was all orange. And so it did this super airy, as almost as little filament as they can use there, just to build the tower up, so that when they get to the part that's both red and orange, it can make one pass here, which is why this is that small, because all it's ever doing on any layer, oops, I dropped, is to change from one color to the next. And if you notice, there's a period of time in here where it's not exactly solid red and it's not solid orange. And that's the point of the purge tower, is taking the time to flush one color out completely and move to the other one. But some of the question is, they try to be super exact. If you watch, when it goes over and finishes a layer on the, it'll come over and it'll sit really still and just do some teeny tiny motions. What it's doing is it's doing a ping, and it's trying to figure out if the printer's where it thinks it is, as far as how much filament has the printer used. Because to get sort of into the weeds here, the palette's saying we've sliced the model, or the Mosaic's canvas tool sliced the model, and we know that you need 10.2 centimeters to do this next bit in green. The question is, does your printer actually extrude 10.2 centimeters when you need 10.2 when you're asking for it? And that has to do with E-steps. Is your printer accurate? And that's one of the first things. And by the way, I'm sorry, I have fans going. The palette is loud. So that's a big question at the beginning. Is your printer are the E-steps correct? And there's a way that you can test your printer and adjust your E-steps so that when you take 10.2 centimeters, it will print 10.2 centimeters. So the palette's checking all along and trying to adjust for that. Okay, you're over extruding or under extruding. So this area is not only to get a solid red to a solid orange with none of that in between, it's also making sure that within that you also have the space to do so. So that's what the purge tower is for. Now, the one that we've got going on here is bigger because, oopsie, it's drawn on it, because it has multiple colors that it's doing. And I know you guys did some comments. Hold on, I'll get back to it in a second. Is it's going from a gold, a dark green, and a light green, all on the same Z height. So we're right now at 15.17 meters. So it's going to go, it did all the green, and even though it only did a tiny bit of green, it has to flush the green completely out, and it looks like it's going to gold next. So the question was, if it was only having to do a tiny bit, it wouldn't need to be this big. But does it get there in the right spot? And that has to do with splice tuning, not splice tuning, transition length. I keep saying that. And you can set that in the canvas tool. You can tell it you want it to take a much longer time to go from one color to the next, or a much shorter time. So if you can, I don't know if you can see down here, there is a darkening around the area that's black. I did not ask it to take a long enough time to purge the black out. So if you're trying to have a white dog with red spots, a polka dotted red and white dog, in order to have that be clean looking, you're gonna have to do a lot of purging when you go from red to white. White to red, not so much. It might be easy to get because it doesn't have as much pigment in it. And so that has to do with, the palette's doing what we're asking it to do. But in order to have black eyes with white pupils, which is exactly wrong, I have the filaments on here. I put the black where the white was supposed to be and the white where the black. I didn't catch it till too late. So can you have this transition tower smaller? Yeah. What you can do is in palette, you can ask it to do less duration to move from one color to the other. And it will try, but you may have bleed over in the other things. One thing palette does not do, and I say palette because Mosaic says palette. I think it feels better to say the palette, but Mosaic says palette. So, but one thing that the Prusa slicer has the ability to slice for the MMU, which is their multi-material unit, and you can slice into another model. So you can say, I want 3 geckos, and I want these 2 to use the colors as I've mapped them out. But then I want the 3rd one just to be my transition model. So that is available, but it's not available on the Canvas tools. So you can maybe, hold on now, let me think that through. There is a plugin that you can put in Prusa Slicer. It is a community built project called P2PP. And it's a way to take the palette and print to the palette from Prusa Slicer. So you can take advantage of their features. And some of the features that Prusa Slicer has would be, for instance, palette does this. Palette says, okay, we have to do 2 colors when we get to here. So we have to build the transition tower up. Even though we don't have to do any color changes here, we have to build it up. And then from here, there was only red. So it just did red here, just a little bit, again, just a little bit of filament. Now, once it got to the top and there was only yellow left, it just stopped with the transition tower. Prusa Slicer has some additional functionality in it where if you can do this, so if my, over teeny bit, and I know you guys are talking, I'm gonna go read it in just a second. If I put my model over here and I put the purge tower or transition tower over here, the extruder's only this big. It can build the model here, and then when it needs to do transition tower, it can go over and move down, right? So it's able to move down. So it has the ability, because right now, this is, I am on plane. It says 15.47. You see that? Our Z height is 15.47. Everything that's happening is at 15.47. Everything. And that's it. It doesn't move down. All it does is when it's done with this layer, it's going to move up. So Prusa Slicer gives you that advantage as well. Okay, so let me scroll back and see, because we had a bunch of messages. Oh, Cheese had to leave. Okay, Cheese has to go. Okay, let me see here. Oh, 999 speed? I don't think it goes that high. You know what? I think 350%? That's a good question. How fast does it go? Oopsie, that's not good. I don't want that stuck under there. Okay. Let's see. Is there a way to make your purge tower another print part? Yeah. So that, Leandro, that is a great question. It is not something I would have ever thought of. And when I saw them talking about it, I was like, genius. Let's see. A shark weight. Imagine you could print your sassy cat and another rainbow dragon together. Oh, but you're using, I mean, so you put two models, and yeah, so that's a little bit of what, hold on. So the big, you mentioned big brain. That's interesting that you would say that, the nice guy, because there is an alternative path to using a purge tower, and that's called side purge. And there is a product from Big Brain 3D, I believe, and I've built it. And actually, you attach it onto the side. I think you can add it on either side, depends on how you build it. And you attach it here, and instead, when it's time to purge, instead of going here and doing purge, it goes over to the side here. It pushes onto this. It actually purges onto a thumbtack, which sounds crazy, but it's a little dome, and it goes bzzz, and it squirts out filament really fast. And then and then it waits for it to cool, and then it goes kick, and it knocks it into a bin, and it's really neat. I got it going, and I didn't feel like it was that reliable. I didn't feel comfortable leaving it. I would overheat sometimes. And so, yeah, so I have not done that, but that is another option. Let's see where we are. Yeah, I really like that idea of, let's see. I think the highest speed I've printed is 350%. I mean, I don't have a problem with 200%. I don't like, and it depends also because this is just infill. So what we're going to run into here is, let me back it down. So what you'll run into is it's extruding the filament much, much faster. And because it's extruding faster, you need to add more heat. So I'm only at 215 degrees here. Now I could change the temperature to a higher temperature, but then we run into the possibility of the palette has this buffer area here. So it's making filament, it's coming in here and making filament, and then it has to heat. This process here where it makes that splice has a fixed amount of time. They can't hurry that. You can change it based on your splice tuning, but for instance, I have a 2 heat, 1 compression, and then 2 cool. If you have filament that needs to be cooled in order to do really good splices, it's got to go through this whole process where, you know, it pushes it through, but this whole area was really hot and melting. It's pushing it through and waiting for this to get cool enough to where if they push the filament, it won't pull apart again. So that's a limiting factor. I got co-extrusion filament. So I had 4 co-extrusion filaments in the Palette 3. And then I was printing with the Bondtech CHT 1.8 millimeter nozzle. So I was using the palette to put together co-extrusion filaments and print it really huge on the Bondtech CHT. And I didn't make it very far. I made it about 1 inch because it just couldn't keep up. It just could not make filament as fast. I think it's something like 100 centimeters a minute. I can't remember what the speed is. 150? Not centimeters. What is it? It has a cap. Darn it, I don't remember. Okay. Hold on, let's see. No, I have not 3Ds. Oh, that's a nice, are you, oops. Cancel. Oh my gosh. I hit something, guys, so I almost lost you. Sorry. Whew, that was scary. So the palette has it has a bunch of things that are, it has a whole bunch of sensors. So right here, even though there's a little metal piece right there, and there's another metal piece there. One of them means that the filament has been made, and see how it pushes it out there? So when it makes filament, it's actually making the buffer bigger. Then there is another one here that says, oh no, we need more filament. And if I were printing too fast, see there it said, oh, you need filament. It was getting close. But the other thing is this guy right here is measuring every single bit of filament that's used. And I think, hold on, let me check something. Are we okay? These are absolutely adorable in purple, but I was not expecting purple. They're so cute. Let's see. All it's missing is a big blue ball at the center. I have to check when it comes out. Although, of course, it's painting over it now. Okay, I'm thinking that he doesn't look that bad with black eyes. I really messed up. So, hold on, here's my... This is another thing. I was looking for something. So this is made by the palette. And this is pattern mode. And there are no transition tower with this. And there is a pattern mode. Get green see-through? Yes, I love green see-through. Green transition is great. So this is the pattern mode. And this is, I asked for it to do 15 centimeters of each color. And you can see as it got narrower up here, they got bigger, the bands got bigger, and they were bigger down here. But, yeah, Thanksgiving. But this has no transition to it. And yet, if I pull this close up here, I can't see where that was really black. Where did it go from black to blue? I'm gonna look, because at some point it went from black to blue. This is a single line of filament. It went black, and somewhere in here I should see, like, oh, I'm holding it too low. I should see some sort of transition, and yet I really don't. It just looks like a nice solid black line. And somewhere in here, it finished the black and went to blue, but I don't see it. So I think that it can make transitions fairly quickly. And it's based on the printer. Some printers have inside the area where the filament is mixed up. My Ender 3, I know my Ender 3 V2, the amount of filament that it takes to purge out one color to the next is pretty significant. And I have a Cheedy X Plus. That one's the same. For some reason, this Prusa Mark III is pretty quick. My Prusa Mini is not as fast. So different printers can change colors pretty quickly, but I like the fact, I've asked Mosaic, and I'm going to ask it again when I do my palette 3 review, to give us a third option. We have transition to tower. I like that. I'm going to ask for 2 options. Transition to tower. They already have transition to side transition. I don't think many people are doing that. Maybe some are. I'm not hearing a lot about it. but it's been around for a while. And then the third one is transition to another model, which Prusa Slicer does. Give us the transition model. Oh, the vase? Yeah, I love vases. I was just doing this to see what it looked like. Ooh, it's coming undone. My vase is coming undone. And I'm picking at it. I have to tuck it in, tuck it in. I punched my bottom through. Well, it's a pretty bottom, but I punched it through. Oh, fine, I'll cut it off. Let's see here. There we go. I'll just glue the bottom back on again and pretend like we didn't notice. So, purge to model, purge to an extra model, and then the other one is no purge at all. If I'm going to print a model like, hold on. This is not, it's a vase, but this is not a vase mode. Cotton super glue. Yeah, this is not a vase mode model. You can kind of see it's got a level of thickness. It's pretty heavy. But I would love to see this. And there's no way, I would like to be able to paint like maybe some of these swoops like this, like a red, a green, you know, each of these arcs, you could paint each one of them to be a different color. And you can certainly do that with palette, but you're gonna have a transition tower. That's the only way to do it. Yes, purge on the infill. Hey, Polymaker, how are you? Yeah, purge on infill. I'm glad you said that. Purge on infill is by default on with palette. But this model doesn't have a lot of infill. And I also made some choices here, not really knowing. So the, oh no, you don't need to know math to print. It's great. It makes all these decisions for you. I mean, even the painting that I did to paint this little guy, it's, you go in and you just have it, you paint, I'm gonna press it's like a drawing program, right? I'm gonna click the fill button and I'm gonna fill in the eyes. Or I want to, that tail that's in the light green, I think it was a couple clicks. The first click filled in the whole clover, and then I did like 3 or 4 more clicks because I wanted it to go up to the segment before that. So no, don't need to know math. I mean, the math side of it is fascinating because it's all based on math, but definitely not. All right, so let's talk about this because the transition tower, here, I'm gonna show you the worst transition tower ever, which is also my favorite transition tower ever. So keep in mind though, I always like to say this, palette is doing exactly what we're asking it to do. We wanted, I wanted 6 colors in this model. It's a very tiny model. If I had taken this transition tower and moved it over here up to the corner or way in the back and put 6 of these guys on the plate here, the transition tower would be exactly the same because each layer it would do all of the green, all of the gold, all of the pink. But I am printing one tiny model and I'm asking it to do clean colors. And I have given it some parameters saying, for instance, it's gonna take a lot more filament to clean the black out to go to white or go to gold. So in that case, it's doing what I asked it to. But it does, you know, I think that because this is sacrificial filament, anything that we can do to reduce that with a light inside? Oh, this guy? Oh, that's a good question. I don't know. Let's find out. from the mic. Hold on. There we go. Okay, right. Oh, it doesn't go in. Ah, my light doesn't go in. My light doesn't go in. That doesn't work. I gotta get a different light. Hold on, I have another light. I think I have another light. Let's see if I have a smaller light. Yes, I do. I have a smaller light. Okay. Okay, I have a light. I still want to show the worst transition. Okay. We have to turn this off to see. That off. This off. Off, off, off. 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 Do I have the wrong? Oh, I have the wrong one. It's the wrong remote. Off. Okay. Can we see? Hard to see. Oh, hold on. We're going to turn off multiple. We're going to turn off multiple lights. We're going to darken the studio. Hello, dog. My dog's here. Ah, now we can see. Let's see. That's nice. Ooh, that was bright. Yeah, that's pretty. I like it. That's a great idea. I didn't think about that. I have to do a video. This filament is calcium nat, and its nat bioplastics is 30%. Hello, Dark. Oh my gosh. Hey, Brian. Good to see you. So let's see what we're talking about. We're talking about all kinds of stuff on. We're lighting up the studio again. So we have about 20 minutes left on this cute little guy. And just so you know, his eyes are black with white pupils. Someone, I put the, yeah, oh, I love your content. I've been watching your stuff. I love it. Oh, by the way, your video cracked me up recently where you were like, I have one tip for you, but it's my formula. I'm sticking to it. That was great. I told so many people, I'm like, there was this video. We can finally download it Thingiverse stuff again without doing it file by file. That was, oh my word. I was so happy to see that video. Your entire format, by the way. And congratulations on your 50,000. 5,050,000. Okay, so what are we doing here? We're doing this cute little sassy cat. That was great. Sassy cat. And somebody pasted me this yesterday and I was like, what? So it's really cute. But we're also talking about stuff like purge towers and or transition towers. And do they have to be big or can they be small? Or do they have to be terrible like this one? So here is my, oh, I turned all the lights off. We were lighting up a candle. Let me get some lights back on here. Okay, so this is an 8-color print. This is the bonus color. So every layer has 8 colors in this lovely polyalchemy elixir. But and by the way, the fan on the palette is on all the time. The only time the fan turns off is the point where it's cooling. You'll see it takes a break for just a little bit. I don't know why it does that because, for instance, let's say, here, there it goes off. Let's say you have a, oh, wait a minute, hold on. I can turn one more thing off. Let's say you have a section of filament that is, you've got part of your model that's going to be 20 meters. of green. And you aren't doing any splices in that whole time. This fan stays on the entire time. The entire time. And I'm not sure why. Because I understand it needs to be on for the whole cooling process, but I don't know why. So that's a question I have. But let's get back to this guy. So 8 colors, every single layer. And I wanted these colors to be crisply transitioned to. So how much filament, millimeter-wise, do we need to move so that after it gets done with the red, it's perfectly clean purple, or lavender, then purple? And that's where you get into this transition tower. And by the way, this transition tower is looking very ugly right now. If you can tell, it looks ugly. And it's looking ugly because it's not doing full passes. It's only doing as much filament as it needs. And it's just junking this up. Hey, Viper. And that's okay. It'll be all right with that. For instance, I'm still getting to the ugly, my favorite transition tower ever. But this is, I was showing this one earlier. It has all of this orange here because until we got to the orange and red, but it did as minimal, you can see in there, a minimal passes that it could. When it got to orange and red, it added more transition back and forth. This transition tower is small because it's only moving from one color to the next. And there's a bunch of questions you're answering. The palette is doing these pings and pongs. The pings are where it's over here and it has the extruder move kind of slowly. Yeah, no, you're right. It's junking it up because you're right. It's giving, what are we trying to say? It's only doing as much filament here as it needs to, and it's actually not quite enough for the next layer over it. It's just, it's not ideal. Like if you ever have a print, if you're watching it and you're like, what is it doing? It looks terrible. What is it doing? It's going to look terrible by the time it gets to, and then it turns out, I do this a lot with Prusa slicer, I'm like, that looks awful, but it has it in plan as just enough filament so that as it's closing over, the final layer looks fine. And so I stopped worrying about it. But yeah, this isn't designed to look pretty. This is minimal sacrificial filament. So the only time this would be a problem is if it was so rough, it caused a crash. So by the way, I am like super scatterbrained because I keep talking about things. So we've got, at the most, it was doing 4 color transitions in one layer, so it had to be that big. This never did more than 1. And so if you put your like thumb right here in the middle, we have pure orange and pure red here, right? Yes. Love the purge block. Wait, I'll show you my purge block of my favorite purge block ever, which, as I was going to talk about this, right? This is a teeny tiny, well, hey, Ryan Nault. This is a teeny tiny little print, right? This is 12 grams. This is the purge block for it. It is the most beautiful purge block ever. It is a ½ kilo of solid polyalchemy elixir. Dr. Strange friend. That one, yeah, that one. It keeps tying itself up. Your filament roll keeps tying itself up. Is it popping off the edge? Yeah, isn't this gorgeous? I am never getting rid of this. I love it. And it's a ½ kilo, and polyalchemy elixir is one of my favorite filaments ever. So, but it had to do this. It had to do this because I was asking it every layer to have a clean color transition from one to the other. Now on the build plate, if I had had this transition tower out there and I had put as many of these on there, if I could have fit 10, 12 on the build plate, it would have still only had this transition tower. But I decided to print one little thing that happened to have no infill, so it couldn't purge to infill. I had to go here. Your filament keeps tying itself up. Is it coming off the side of the spool and then like winding up on the side of the spool? Or are you getting knots in the filament? Because if it's falling off the side of the spools, typically when you use more of it, But if you're getting knots in your filament, I'll show you what to do. Elixir. Oh, this is my elixir. I love this thing. I mean, I love it. If I had like a need for a paperweight and like a real fancy office, this would be it. Like, don't mess with my paperweight. My mother, when I was a child, had a paperweight, and you could shake it and, you know, stuff floated around in it. Okay, if your filament's tying itself in knots, it's getting tangled, I can show you what to do and not do. I have a video I have been meaning. Where can you find the model? The filament is inside this. Oh, and knots. Okay, I'll show you. This model here. This is go on. If you're talking about this, the dragon is. If you do that, it is Sassy Cat 3D from Cults, and they're called Bitzygon Babys, and it's the first one. If you just look up Sassy Cat 3D and go to Cults 3D, you'll find it. It's her first model. But if you're talking about these, this is a clock spring model, and if you go to My Mini Factory is where he releases them individually, and look for these. I forgot what they're called, but you'll recognize them. The picture will show it. You won't show these, but if you look in the details, I think it's in there. And if you have a question, send me a message because I'll make sure it's under. He released these in vase mode, and he released these non-vase mode. And I think when you buy it, you get them all. Okay, wait a minute. Hold on. I just missed a message. Oh, no. A giant articulated haystack. Okay, knots. By the way, let's do a countdown. So if you were following at the beginning, we had an estimated time of 3 hours from Canvas, which Canvas is the tool that you paint your models in, and you can bring in multi-material models or just single material. This was a single STL file. I brought it in and I picked different colors for it and painted it. And we were talking about earlier, it was ugly here, and now it's got to do more transitions, so we're getting, or maybe less. So it's making it look pretty again. We're prettyifying it. I'm getting back to your question though. Okay, that's my multiple color one. Then this Bitzygon Babys, if you are to buy it, you can buy it to sell or not. I am printing it here. Here is a magical mystery. So, well, you know what? Forget that, guys. I'm taking you out. Be prepared. I'm drop things. Okay. So I'm printing all 3 of them here. There's one with a clover tail and one with a heart tail, and one is going to have a crown hat. And I thought it would be really cool because it's St. Patrick's Day to pick a transition filament that was green. And so I picked a transition filament that was green. Do you see this green coming in? Green coming in. Printing out purple. Green, purple. It's been doing that the whole time. Green, purple. I know, right? I'm confused. I don't know when it's going to get out of the green. We're going to be done. Green, purple. The whole. Now, I'm going to go get a spool of filament and show you how you can stop those tangles, because I can almost guarantee you I know what's happening because I have had it happen to me. I was almost out of filament. I almost couldn't find any. So, okay. Oh, this isn't going to do a good example. Okay. You can't find the dragon. Cults 3D. Okay, hold on. It was there earlier. Let me refresh my page. Why would she take it down? I mean, she had other stuff. Hold on. I'm refresh. So here it is. let's see if I spelled it wrong. Bitzygon Bitzygon. Did I spell it wrong? Babies. And I don't have, like, I've got a whole YouTube set up where I do something like I have more, I can change cameras and I don't hold my laptop in the air. And today I was just like, oh, I'll just do a quick live stream. And so now here I am holding my stuff holding it in the air. So here we are. Ah, what did I do? And the creator is Sassy Cat 3D. Can you see that? Sassy Cat 3D. So now we know it existed. So I'm going to refresh the page and see if it's there. Ah, I got a bunch of pages up. Let me refresh the page. If I drop my laptop, I will cry big tears. I will not. Okay, view, go back to zoo, go back to normal. We're here, we're normal. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Oh, look, we're all getting an ad for free on here. So I'm going to refresh this. Let's see. No drink. My daughter's having dental surgery in the morning. No drink. Oh my goodness. No drink. No drink. We have to make sure okay, I don't know if you see that popping up. All these reminders to not let my daughter have drink. Okay, so it's still there. So see if you can find Bitzygon Babys. You got, yeah, no drink, no drink. My daughter's having 4 teeth pulled tomorrow. 4 teeth. She's thrilled. She's 10. She's thrilled about that. She's got, hold on, somebody said something. Who said something? You found it. Okay, yay, I know. Actually, that got dropped by my husband, and he is like a really careful person, and I was like, be careful, and yeah, it got lost. So one piece of it, the little touchy pad thing doesn't work anymore, but you know, he's good. He helps me out with lots and lots of other things. He cooked dinner tonight. So, okay, I got the filament. I'm going to show you something. So, it just froze over here for a minute. That's it doing a ping. The ping and the pong. What? Oh, wait, the palette's done. The palette's done. Look, it's quiet. There's no filament. Check this out. There's no filament. It thinks it has 8 minutes to go. There's the end of the filament. It's it. How much does this one have? This one has 14 minutes. Oh, that's because we sped this one up to 145%. Okay. So if you're getting 4 teeth, I know. So she has some adult teeth that are not going to come in correctly. Wow, I feel like I can talk at a normal volume. Some teeth that will not grow in correctly if we don't remove the baby teeth. They're just not coming out in time. And so, yeah, it's going to be fun. It does kind of look like an iMac with its little stand. It does. It's much louder than an iMac. This is so loud. All right, so if you are getting knots in your filament, the one thing that you want to watch is, and I'm going to do a video about this, is there's only 3 places the end of your filament should ever be, right? It's in your hand, in your printer, or tucked into the side, because what will happen, and you don't even realize that it's happening, is that when it's sitting loose like this, it can slide under one thing like that. And you don't know that it slid under. And I not only used to accidentally have that happen, if I wasn't near a spot to stick it in the side, I would take my filament and tuck it under. I would be like, oh, I'll just, do this. And then that'll keep it in place. And so in doing that, it's actually tied a knot in the filament. And I used to have it happen all the time. Or I would also, I want my filament very tidy, and I would like do this and everything. So in doing that, it's probably getting a knot in it. And then as you're printing, I can see it right here, but as you're printing and it's pulling the filament, it actually can go sometimes for a long time without the tangles showing up. Sometimes it can go for like 20, 30 meters. But if you want to check to see if you've got it, what you can do is grab filament, you can like loosen it up. If it ever happens that you've got a tangle when you're printing, take your spool and roll it back. And then, because I'm going to pretend like it's in the extruder over here, I'm going to hold on to it like it's in the extruder. Because I did this so much. And then I'm going to not be able to hold it still. I'm going to grab it here. Oh, come on. Okay, this is so much higher. And then I'm going to pull the filament off. You see that? If you pull a filament off and you get that, you have a knot. And so you just want to keep pulling it off. And see how far down that little single knot's gone? And you got to pull it off until you get to where it's all the way off. And see, now it's all the way off. And then you can just wind it back up. So if you ever have it tangle when it's printing, the best thing to do is try to spin your spool backwards. But I can't take, I still have a knot. I have a deeper knot. See that? I have a second knot that's deeper. So I used to do this all the time. And I wanted to put a video out about it because I think a lot of blame goes to manufacturers that people are being sold filament that has knots in it. And when filament is being made on I hope that helps. When filament is being made on a line, right? Imagine this is where the filament is extruded and this is where it's being spooled up. It's like a jump rope, and you're jumping rope. You can't tie a knot in a jump rope when you're holding the two ends, right? Right? You can't tie a knot in this. And the people who are doing it are really good. They actually are really good at taking it and hooking it in really fast. So the only chance that you've got that a knot's being introduced in the manufacturing point, because it physically can't be done as it's being made on the line, is as it's being tied off at the end. And those guys do that all day long, and they would probably lose their jobs if they were tying knots and stuff. So it's usually us. It's usually by accident. Just try not to let go of the end ever. And if you do let go of the end, I always like hold on to the end and try to pull off a couple rolls. But if it happens while you're printing, all you do is so it's stuck here and it's getting tight, just back spin the filament, and then so until you've got it loose enough, and then start pulling it off. Like I usually have it up top and I'll pull it off and I'm like got it, trailing across the room. Where the heck is the knot? All right, this guy is almost done. And in the meantime, we're speeding up my green purple. I would like to point out that I was expecting a green set of dragons. Green filament, purple models. Green filament is magic. Happy Beetles. Wait, is this new? Because I've just printed his, hold on, I've just printed his amazing, uh-oh, I've got him stuck. This guy is so cute. And I'm not normally one to be excited about very threatening looking octopi, but I really do like this model. This, by the way, is the exact same filament. Perhaps, and in fact, I finished right here at the top of his head, and then I started printing the Bitzygon Babies. Little did I know that I would be having green to purple. This is not a magic trick. The filament is doing something. Xyltech does the same thing. Ooh, let's stick him here. We're gonna stick him up here. No, I'll have to check him out. He might not want to stay. He might not like the palette. He does not want to be the protector of the palette. Stay. There you go. Good job. Okay, so we're at the end. We're at the end. It says 0 minutes. We get to pull him off. For the huge octopus. There's so many filaments I want. It's terrible. I have a massive closet full of filament, and I'm like, ooh, it's done. Okay, this is an unknown thing. I have to put you up here because my hands are, I can't hold the phone still. I drop things. I'm a mess. Okay, watch it go. Watch it go so fast. Look at that. Do you see how fast it's going? I don't know why it does that. It's done. It's done. I froze you guys. It's still going. It's still going. Ta-da! Okay, so now let's find out a couple things. So the first thing that we want to do is, I know, right? All right, so let's do a couple of things. We want to finish up the palette, and I'm going to tell the palette that we're done, and it's saying, do we have any print results? We didn't have any issues. So the reason I checked we had a thumbs up is the thumbs up is important. The thumbs up, hold on, I've got a piano playing child. Oh, can you not play the piano for a few minutes? Just give me a few. Hold on. Yes, ma'am. Oh, okay. My daughter wants us to play Among Us as a family. And what we do is we run around the house and we do chores as the things. And then we're not doing chores? Okay. So let me finish this because we're almost done. We're going to end this live stream. So I gave it the thumbs up. Now, the reason it's good to give it a thumbs up or thumbs down is this is not... You're not giving palette anything back on their side. What you're doing is you are telling the calibration information for palette if their estimation for what they selected, because you know, you go and you say, I painted this in palette, go and print it. And the palette tried to do that. How well did it do that job? If you say thumbs down, it's not going to save that calibration data because it means it was off. But if you give it a thumbs up, it's going to add it to its data that it's calculating over time to try to get your prints just right. So I'm going to unload the filament, and I'm also going to, let's do this here. All right, so we know that we got to, we want to see how much was left with their estimation. One of these was very stringy right at the end. Very stringy. And then we'll pull them off. Actually, we can go ahead and look at him. He's not bad. He's not bad, little guy. I made some mistakes, and the first one that I can see definitely is the black where the eyes were. I needed to give it more transition time. Hold on. All right, look at that. That's not bad. Over 4 hours, and that's how close Palette came to guessing the right amount. And it adjusted over time. What we started with was adjusted. Keep in mind that if our Z-steps were way off, if Palette expected us to extrude 100 centimeters and we extruded 93, it's going to adjust over time as it does these pings and pongs. Okay, let's see him. First of all, let's look at this glorious, what do you think? I'm trying to love this one, Brian. It's not maybe my favorite. I will keep them. I am keeping them. All right, I don't want to injure him. Oh, come on. I'm touching the build plate. Okay, you know what? I'm getting my little scraper. This, by the way, is my favorite 3D printing tool because it is a plastic scraper that it does look like a scrubby, but it looks just like a scrubby sponge. Sounds like it too. So this is, you can get them on Amazon US. You can find them other places. It's safe to get things up. It doesn't damage the build plate. I use it on glass all the time, and let's see how he looks. I use it on glass all the time, and it's very inexpensive, and it comes with like 100 replacement blades, and they're blades on both sides. And I use it with resin printing too. Okay, now the question is it going to bend here? I don't want to break it. Oh, the legs are bending down. And so even here, the spike, I got to get more light here. Let's see, where can we get more light? I'm going to move forward. We're going to move into here. Oh, here we go, much better. So even the spike back here going through the hat, which I guess is how the hat's held on, is nice. The white dot in the eyes, it looks just like what we had. There is a lot of color change here, and this is a silk filament, so I will very carefully work on. Ooh, the other ones are done. We're coming over. We have three more because there's a bonus round. Okay. So let's see. These, I think, are going to move more easily because it's just, say that, come here. See, I just feel really safe using this scraper because it's plastic. Oh, look at them. Okay, these guys are going to move a little more easily. Maybe, probably. Actually, wow, this moves really easily. Okay, single color. I mean, I was doing this as a test. So here is the crown. It got a little bit of stringing. If you can focus, a little bit of stringing. Okay, they really are cute. Yeah, they're cute. So there's the heart one. Is that another heart one? Oh, it's the heart one with, what's the difference between you two? Different crowns, different hats. I gotta go back and look. Same face? I didn't check. Yeah, these move very easily. I mean, the legs move really easily, and the tail. All right, I got one more to go. And this is the non-green St. Patrick's Day one. Oh wait, he is changing color right at the end. He is they are kind of moving. Okay, these are quite cute. I do like these. I have to show these to my daughter, who just slunk out of the room. So these are great. They might, you know what, when they're cold, it's probably you're more likely to be safe, because if the filament is hot, especially since this was touching the build plate, it would still be a little warm or right near the build plate. So the tail is not moving as easily here. That could be a function of this gold. I don't know. Is the green? I think I can get it to move, but I think I want to move slowly with it. Maybe he just wants to be a wall hanging. Maybe he wants to hang on the wall. But look at that. If I had had white, oh, I'm sorry, I can't. I'm always looking at the model. I'm never looking at the camera. I'm like, oh, it's so bad. If I had not messed up the black and white, I think that would have looked really good. The hat looks great. As far as the palette doing the job of delivering the colors when it was supposed to, you know, it does, this does look like a turtle. Oh, wait, that's it. One of them has, hold on. One of them nope, that's the same. One of them has a hat. Crap, look at me on it. One of them has a hat. One of them has a spiky crown. And one of them has a circular crown. I'm going to have to get a heat gun on this and see what the difference is. So I will move slowly in opening this up. But as far as the palette 3, I think it did exactly what I asked it to do. I painted it in canvas. It did exactly. If I had had a different setting to transition from black to gold and gave it more transition length, we would not have this gold black in there. That was my decision. And if you're coming in, let me show you the example of this that is, okay, so this is a purge tower that I was a transition tower I was trying to make as small as possible. And I did not do a good job. I wanted to have the gold eyes and the brown eye patch and the pink dots, and I was trying to have as short a transition as possible. So as you can well guess, all of this is supposed to be white. All of these lines around here are not supposed to be there. And it's because I didn't give it enough transition. The gold, this gold needed a lot to purge out to white. Purging to white is really tricky. So yeah, I mean, this actually is a kind of cool looking model, but it's not what it's supposed to look like. But palette did what I asked it to. And that's what, the palette 3, I will tell you this, I'm working on a review and I've been needing to do some more printing with it. It's very reliable. I did not have reliability. I had big reliability issues with my palette too. And I had parts that broke. I had, one of the parts broke while the palette 3 announce was ongoing. I mean, and I was sitting there looking at it, but I was like, this whole structure where they're bringing in with just one advanced, whatever you call this screw bolt thing, one rod is amazing. It just doesn't fail. I've had a filament get stuck down in there one time, but it was curved to start. The purge, the buffer area here works really nice. The filament, as soon as it's cooled from splicing, goes straight into a PTFE tube and stays in the PTFE tube aside from this very narrow little area until it goes back into a PTFE tube, and then it goes into your extruder. Palette 2, you had a whole, why can't I think of the word? I'm tired. Buffer area. Thank you. I figured it out. The whole buffer area was just open, and you would have breaks if you didn't have good splices. At the beginning, I noticed that the gold was not properly splice tuned. It was overstretched, and I could have I would not have been surprised if we had had a failure in this print because it was not properly splice tuned. But I just willy-nilly said, let's go with 2 heat, 1 compression, and 2 cooling, and let's do the print with that. And it worked. So I'm really impressed. I've been telling people, you know, when you buy a 3D printer, you don't expect it to work on every print. You expect to have failures. And your job is to be sure that you send to the printer with the best G code that you can and the proper settings and the filament, you know, everything. You want to get everything right, and that gives your printer the best chance for success. Have it leveled, you know, everything. And with Palette, you have a lot of responsibility because all of these filaments that you're sending to it, it's going to splice, and it needs to know how to splice that and what is too much heat, cooling, compression, and what's not enough. Recently, they just changed something. And where's my lovely vase? And this vase right here would not have been possible because most of these would not have worked with the default splice tuning. But now you can set something here and say, I just want a pattern. Just print me this octopus, and just do it in pattern mode. I just want to see him striped, and it can do that. And anyway, so I'm impressed with it. I have had a lot of failures with it. If you are interested in getting one of these, be prepared to have days that you're frustrated. I printed a model because, everything looked fine, but I did not check the sliced model in Canvas. And if I had, I would have noticed that there were big holes in it. And it printed exactly what was sliced. So there was a problem there. So there's a lot of little things, but in the end, you can definitely get cute little dragon prints like this. Hey, thank you everybody for joining us. Or me. I guess it's just me. And you guys. It's all of us, right? Here, we'll have him wave. He's really cute. I need to go tell the creator, Sassy Cat 3D, that we had a lot of fun with her models today. So, hey, thanks, everybody. I'm going off to play. This is great. I'm going to whisper because she's not here. We get them to clean up. Those are their jobs when we play Among Us as a family. There are only 4 of us, so it's not really hard, but we have a lot of fun. Okay, hey, everybody, have a good evening. I'll check you out next time. Bye.